I mean, literally, we could go do a cleanup out there with all that crap that was just kind of blown in there. And it's not major stuff, it's like,
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Are we all there?
we're waiting for Brett.
We're just waiting for the city manager. Give us just one moment, please.
No problem. Thank you.
Anyone there?
Mr. Mayor, we're ready to go. You are?
All right. Are we all on now?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. This time we're going to call to order the meeting of Tuesday, January 19th, 2021. Before we move to closed session, City Attorney, do you have anything you want to say?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the city council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss those items agendized for closed session discussion, which would be item number 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. That case is Allen and Lorraine Woodall versus City of Hollister et al. San Benito Superior Court case number CU 2000155. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. That case is Elizabeth Williams versus City of Hollister et al. San Benito Superior Court case number CU 2000203. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards for closed session items, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
Make a motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We will now move to closed session, everyone. Christine, let me know when everyone's back and ready to go. Christine, are we back? Can anyone else hear me there?
I can hear
I'm
you.
sorry, I was muted. Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, we're ready to go.
I kept looking at my mute button. It was on. It wasn't on. So I thought, oh, what's going on here? Are we all back?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're ready to go.
Okay, perfect. This time we're going to resume the meeting of January 19th, 2021. Councilmember Resendez, if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. We will move to roll call
Mayor Velazquez,
here.
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Spencer,
Present.
and Councilmember Burns,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Present.
City Attorney Epperson.
Here.
Thank you. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of January 19th, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on January 13th, 2021 at 4:50 p.m. for Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, would you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council moved into closed session to discuss those items agendized for closed session discussion, which I read into the record before beginning closed session. Those items were discussed, direction was given to staff and negotiators, and the City Council adjourned from closed session at 6:23 p.m.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now we're going to move to the election of the mayor pro tempore. I had someone ask me, how does this work? How does the vice mayor get chosen? It's basically historically been a very simple process. It goes in sequence from district to district to district. That way it's fair to everyone. Everyone gets to become the vice mayor, has a chance at it. No politics involved whatsoever. So it's been District 4, then it was District 3. Now it would be District 2's turn. So I would like to nominate Councilmember Roland Resendez as the vice mayor for 2021, if there is a consensus with the council.
I would like to nominate Tim Burns for vice mayor.
There's
Well-
a motion on the floor. Point of order.
Go ahead, sir.
There's a motion on the floor. If this is something that we're voting on.
Yeah, and I do want to say this, guys. I think in the past, we got off track early on this issue. And, like we have to, with everything going on in our country right now, the one thing we don't need anymore is politicking for these things. Let's work together. We've been doing a sequence. We should be doing it to be fair to everyone and not be something where it becomes political again. Let's just see if we can start this year off right, work together as a team rather than jumping around and then having heated discussions. We don't want to go back there again. Those last 2 years, let's put those away and be done with it. So my recommendation was District 2 now, because again, it was District 4, then it went to 3, now it's 2. Again, no politics involved. So my recommendation was Councilmember Resendez. Is there a consensus for that? Is there no consensus for this?
Point of order. Is this something that we're voting on, Mr. City Attorney?
I believe it should be treated as a motion, yes.
If that's the case, we have a motion on the floor, and I will, if you allow me to, sir,
Yes,
second
sir.
your motion. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
I didn't hear you. Who were you? Who's
So
next?
I have questions. So I just need to do the vote, that's it right now? And if I can't ask my question, then I have to say no.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
So this, because I thought we had a conversation before where you told me actually that I was actually supposed to be a vice mayor and that it was going the opposite direction, not going forth in Q1, it's going the other direction. So I'm kind of confused on that because, I mean, I really don't want to be vice mayor right now. I just want to try to learn what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I know we have heard our own conversation. I've heard two different stories here. So is there any way I can confirm which direction we're going on this? Is who was the?
I actually just looked that up today, and I found out that the order actually is 4-3-2. Well, it's 4-3 anyway, that's the way it was in the past.
Then I vote yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer? You're muted.
Yeah.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
All right.
unanimous passage.
Thank you all. Appreciate that. Will you do the oath now?
I will. Yes, I will. Councilmember Resendez, if you would please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Roland Resendez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
to support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
and I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well and faithfully
well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate all of us working together and looking forward to a year of progress here. We will now move to item A, the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? Do we have any from the public?
I have no items to be pulled from the public, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt the consent agenda as presented by staff, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Aye.
motion carries. Did Ms. Spencer have, there she is. Did you vote? Ms. Spencer, I didn't hear you.
No, I did vote.
Okay. All right,
Aye.
so we're gonna, yeah, thank you. We're now going to move to public input. This is a time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have written correspondence from a Joseph Thompson. I have no speaker cards and no one has a hand raised.
Okay, well, we'll move on to D1, city manager's report.
Nothing to report this time.
D2, trainings.
No trainings at this time.
Thank you. We're going to move to item E1, public hearing.
Staff coming to the podium right now.
Is he allowed to? You can do that.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me like this?
I already talked right into the mic.
Right in the mic, okay, thank you so much. Can you all hear me like this?
Yeah, yes, we can. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Paul and Christine, for providing me PowerPoint up on the screen. Appreciate it. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Abraham Cotto, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. This item before you tonight is a master plan for the Chapel Road project area, which consists of 13 contiguous parcels. We'll come up on the screen in just a little bit. And a total of 117.72 acres. A little bit over 17 acres closer to San Felipe Road are designated North Gateway for future commercial uses. And it's identified as parcel A in the map that's going to come up in a little bit. And the rest from parcel B2 all the way through parcel I is designated for future residential uses in the R1 low density residential zoning district. To get our bearings, the site is located just east of San Felipe Road, all along the Highway 25 bypass. Santa Ana Road is to the south. Chapel Road is located to the west, and there's also parcels to the north of Pacific Way. Do we have the clicker or can I? Thank you. I'm gonna share it on right now. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. At its regular meeting, just to provide a little bit of history, at its regular meeting of June 18, 2018, the City Council adopted an environmental impact report for the entire 117 acres. And that is pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. Project started around 2015. EIR finalized and was adopted by City Council approximately 3 years later, June 18, 2018. Subsequently, on August 6th, the City Council of 2018, the City Council adopted ordinances 1157 through ordinances 1168, adopting a pre-zone for each of the 13 parcels in the master plan. As indicated below, just recently, the majority of them were for low density residential, and the parcel next to San Felipe, owned by Mr. Jose Villa, North Gateway Commercial. Mitigation measure 3.1.3 as indicated in the report and up on the screen as well of the adopted environmental impact report for the project area requires that future development in the project area shall develop a master development plan that should be submitted to the city for review and approval prior to receiving an entitlement for subdivision or certain architectural for future improvements. A master plan is a dynamic long-term planning document that provides a conceptual layout for future growth and development. As you can see here on the screen, out of the 13 parcels, even though all of them have been pre-zoned with the City of Hollister, not all of them have been annexed into the city of Hollister. Only the ones that have the star actually have been annexed into the city of Hollister. All the others remain status quo. When we were going through the process, the majority of the parcels, the property owners, basically decided that they wanted to continue status quo. A lot of them are farmers, production. They wanted to keep their use, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. However, pending adoption of the master plan, such as if it's approved tonight, any future development would have to be consistent with the master plan, and they would also have to follow the Hollister Municipal Code. So essentially, only parcels 1, 2, 3, as identified on the map, have been annexed, and also parcel A, the commercial parcel, also has been annexed. And parcel C and D, they did not move forward by themselves. However, LAFCO determined that when they were reviewing 1, 2, and 3, they did not want to leave a gap in between. So then they automatically annexed C and D. They didn't want to leave what LAFCO calls a county island. So those are the only ones to date that have actually been annexed into the city of Hollister. In May of 2019, the city of Hollister contracted with Kimley Horn Planning and Design Engineering Firm for the preparation of the master plan for the Chapel Road area. Approximately 5 months later, the city of Hollister had its master plan, and they had 2 public hearings, 2 with the planning commission, 1 in October of 2019, another in November of 2019, and subsequently in December of 2019, a 3rd public hearing with the city council. All public notices were sent out in English and in Spanish to the public. The master plan was included in your packet and is also on the screen. So we can get a variance at the very bottom. You can see San Felipe Road, then the commercial area. There's a plan there. It's very conceptual. However, the owner, Mr. Rodelia, has actually hired engineer firm and architect to actually provide conceptual plans already, pending approval of the master plan. And then you can see the green buffer all along Highway 25 bypass and then Santa Ana to the south. One of the goals of the master plan was to establish an open space area along Highway 25 bypass based on the 5 acres of open space per 1,000 residents for the city's recently adopted parks facilities master plan. This master plan also includes a promenade greenscape, as you can see on the screen, from Chapel Road all the way to the bypass, essentially between Primavera Drive and Maple Street. And you can see the green space also that connects from Chapel to the Highway 25 bypass proposed green space buffer. Additional master plan goals include 1, to incorporate a wall-free linear greenway along Highway 25 as an attractive introductory entry into the city of Hollister. Another is to create a pedestrian-friendly environment and a connected system for residents within the North Gateway area and beyond. Connected as in for vehicles to be able to get from one side of the area to the other, and also across Santa Ana into Primavera. Not only for vehicles, but pedestrians, sidewalk, curb, gutter, and also for bicycle as well. Also to create a pocket parks and park areas along the greenway that can be designed for such activities as a landscape garden, dog park, top lots, small sports courts, such as like a basketball court, and workout equipment throughout, having like a trail. And create a framework that allows for homes to face out onto the greenway and have access to the parks with views across their agricultural fields and into the mountains. Per the December 16, 2019 City Council meeting, the consensus of the City Council was that the Chapel Road area master plan as presented was very beneficial. There was a consensus that it looked really good and it was beneficial. However, prior to moving forward in considering approval of the master plan, the City Council determined that the master plan should have quote unquote additional specific information. The additional specific information is included as part of your packet within the resolution and transmittal. And very briefly, it includes the following 9 items. 1, open space amenities, basically to have a plan, identify the types of recreational features that were just mentioned, and to include a safety perimeter fence from the bypass to the homes. 2, to illustrate dedicated bike lanes, such as protected bike lanes and walking paths. 3, to include a landscape plan with types of trees proposed. 4, to have the applicants of the master plan analyze and prepare a feasibility study for the existing rustic street detention basin to see if it can serve as a dual use park, not only as a detention basin, but also as a park. 5, include a homeowners association for future development within the master plan. 6, include a multi-family component into the master plan. 7, include an affordable housing requirement within the master plan. 8, include an infrastructure analysis of the entire master plan. And finally, number 9, that each future development within the master plan should include a specific development agreement for each parcel. That's summarizing the additional information as stated in your resolution for the December 16th, 2019 City Council meeting. So with that, all the information is within your package, transmittal and resolution. And with this, staff recommends that the City Council review the request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and 1, adopt resolution 2021-7, approving the master plan and study area land use and circulation map as the preferred design for the Chapel Road project area. 2, direct staff to work in collaboration with the city's consultant, Kimberly Horn, to prepare a scope of work, timeline, and not to exceed budget for the preparation of the complete streets master plan with the 9 additional items discussed. And to be paid for in full by the developer or property owners and not the city of Hollister. And finally, 3, direct staff to return to the council with the 9 additional items once the master plan is finalized for approval consideration. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions for staff at this time?
Thank you. Any questions from council?
I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
So when you're talking of this overpass as a walkway and pathway, is this going to be connected with any of our other future walkways and pathways?
Good question, Councilmember Perez. So there is, in the map, you can see that there is a discussion in regards to a potential overpass from Pacific Way onto over the Highway 25 bypass for.
Abraham, if I can interrupt you for a quick second, sorry.
No, that's fine.
I do want to give you an update. The overpass project was taken off of the constrained list at COG. So that is not a project that is on the constrained list anymore and highly unlikely to happen.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. And so the additional information in regards to connectivity would be to make sure that all roads within the Chapel Road area are actually made from one end to the other, future connectivity. So as to, we don't want, because there's 13 different parcels. So as we're developing each parcel by parcel, keep in mind that there are some that are agriculture and they did not want to be included. So if they continue to be agriculture, we would probably have roads that would lead or terminate at that agricultural field. And in the future, if they were to develop, then we would require extension of those roads to connect all the way from one end to the other, and essentially across from Santa Ana and across Chapel Road as a requirement. There's a current policy with the general plan, or current general plan that requires for that connectivity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that update on the overpass.
Very important piece there. Is there other questions from council?
Actually, I had one more comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I really love the openness. I'm not one for the walls. I think Hollister is an open community, and so any other projects that want to come up for the future, please keep in mind I'm totally for open, being able to see our beautiful mountains, and this is a great community. Let's not put walls up.
Thank you for that important comment, Councilman Perez. Absolutely.
Abraham, I do have some questions for you. You could help me out here.
Sure.
When we talked about the dedicated bike lanes, you did mention protected. So I want to make sure we're on the same page of what that means. Protected bike lanes.
Yeah, so definitely, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that comment. So with the dedicated bike lanes, currently the city of Hollister has an adopted pedestrian bicycle master plan in collaboration between the city of Hollister, County of San Diego, and San Diego County Council of Government. And so we have identified areas within the city of Hollister that would require the different types of bicycle lanes. And so therefore, we would want to make sure that we implement bicycle lanes with the future development of this master plan. And so at this point, if it is the requirement of the city council to have specifically protected bicycle lanes, that's one thing that you can add or you can indicate, so that way when future development of any of these parcels are up for approval, that part of the master plan indicates that these bicycle lanes are protected. And by protected, it means that they're not necessarily there's not necessarily just a line on the road between the sidewalk and the road where bicycles can ride, but there's an actual either like a sidewalk or some type of buffer that actually separates completely the bicycle lane from the road. So that is something that the city council would like. That is definitely something that we can ask for and include the future development within this master plan. As mentioned, we follow the adopted master plan. We are currently going through an update of the general plan, and we're currently trying to work out policies with this update of the general plan. Hearing you loud and clear, one of the policies can be, as you mentioned, Councilman Rick Perez, try to avoid or eliminate any future sound walls as best as possible with developments and include protected bicycle lanes, as mentioned by the mayor.
Correct. I think he's right. We had to stop making our neighborhoods like prisons and open them up more. We do have a lot of beauty. The next question I have for you is, I saw something stating that the lots fronting Santa Ana would have driveways fronting that. And I think that could be a problem with that street being so busy. Am I correct in what I read on that?
So that is right now for the master plan, it is for consideration. If it is a desire of the city council to avoid any type of housing fronting Santa Ana Road, that is something that can definitely be included as part of the motion. When we look at development, we look at what types of roads we're facing. So if it's considered like an arterial road, like main road, we definitely try to avoid any housing facing these roads because generally these arterial roads are expected to receive a lot of traffic. And so we normally want houses facing more of the standard residential roads and not any of the arterial roads. I would have to confirm to see what type of road Santa Ana would be. I highly doubt that it's just a regular residential road. I think it would be more of an arterial type of road. And so to make it more of a secure future residential development where we would avoid any houses facing Santa Ana Road, that's something that we can definitely include as part of the motion if it's a desire of the council.
Yeah, I just want to be careful. We had that happen over there at Buena Vista, and everybody thought it was a good idea at the time. But once the houses were built, those homeowners were scared to death that their kids were going to be killed there on Buena Vista with the speed of the traffic racing through there and trying to get out of their own homes. So I want to make sure we're aware of that. The next question I have for you is the park, the 7-acre park. I know there's going to be a review on the feasibility. What happens if they come back and say, oh, we can't afford to do that neighborhood park? That's a retention pond now. How does that, I mean, that would be a costly project. So how's that built into this whole master plan?
That's a very good question, Mr. Mayor. So as you know, we have a recently adopted parks facility master plan that requires 5 acres of park space per every 1,000 residents. And so currently the buffer landscape area along the Highway 25 bypass was drawn out and and sketched and illustrated by Kimley Hart as trying to meet that 5 acres of land per every 1,000 residents. The neighborhood park that's on the master plan, essentially it's currently, as you know, it's a detention area that essentially treats and manages stormwater from the larger area in that site. And so to answer your question, if once the feasibility study occurs and it is determined that it's going to be very cost prohibitive and but it can be done, then at that point there can be various options. One being that it can be, for example, part of the City of Hollister capital improvements project, where it can have future development, not only in the master plan area of this master plan area, but future development to allow the community contribute their pro rata fair share onto the development of this park. There can be the potential of a benefit area that can be established for this, basically indicating that the first developer on the master plan would have to do the improvements, and then as development occurs throughout, they get their fair share back to the property owner who developed. There's various options. We can take a look at that. That's part of the feasibility study, that the feasibility study studies ways to be able to make this feasible or a reality if it's feasible to do.
Yeah, and that's why I'm concerned. I want to make sure it's a reality if it's going to go there, or if not, have a design maybe at the end of the promenade or something for a community park where all the neighborhoods can go down, the kids can go use it. I just want a realistic park, a larger size park in the neighborhood. And I know the cost of trying to do the tanks underneath the it's pretty expensive. So I want to make sure that we're being realistic here and being fair all the way around, but also coming out with a very positive result by planning and the reality. My last question to you is the retail section of this. How do we break that away from this project so they can get going on that portion of it?
That's a good question. So if the council approves the resolution as proposed now, the retail section next to San Felipe Road, owned by Mr. Rosevilla, who's actually here present in the council, that retail section would, and including that and the other parcels, would have to be delayed because there would be additional studies that have to be made to include the 9 additional items on the master plan. So as an option, if the city council determines that they want to move forward and adopt the resolution and continue with the 9 items, but feel that those 9 items should be strictly for the residential development component and not for the commercial component, we can make a motion to break the commercial property away, and we can work with the city attorney to see if, because it was included in the environmental impact report, to see if the environmental impact report would likely have to be amended, or if we can proceed with this project just as with the motion and approved by the city council separately.
Okay. And I sorry, but I do have one more question, and I appreciate that because I think it's really important if we can break that off so they can get moving on the retail portion. The other part, the last question, I promised to be the last question. I noticed the ones that are zoned right now are the upper portions or the northern portions of the property. And there was a conversation about multifamily, at least 20%. Then we found out how far behind we are on as far as multifamily here in our community. Is there a possibility that we can increase that on the other sections to have more multifamily on the southern sections of the project?
Yes, to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We can do that. various ways. I think the easiest, more straightforward way to do so right now would be when an application is being processed for tentative map, that a conditional use permit also be concurrently processed. A conditional use permit would allow for a multifamily component to be able to be included within the single family residential component, as long as the density is being met. And by that, I mean that the low density residential zoning district allows for up to 8 dwelling units per acre. And so therefore, the 100 acres of residential area there could potentially allow for up to 800 units. Because if there's 100 acres and the maximum is 8 units per acre, it could potentially allow for up to 800 units. However, once you start adding the roads, the parks, open space, sidewalk, curb and gutter, realistically, you see more of a 6 units, 5 to 6 units per acre on average. However, with the conditional use permit, we can up it to 8 units and allow for sections of each parcel to have multifamily. That's how we've been doing it in the past.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I do appreciate everybody's work on this. I was not in much support of this as far as this project. I was not for it, but I'm glad to see a master plan that's making sense and making sure our community is taken care of on this. So we have some affordable housing being mixed in, retail, all the pieces we need. So I appreciate all the work everybody's put into this one. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions from council?
Sure, I'll go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I'll come up with more questions the more we talk about it. But when you were talking about the Santa Ana Road and the driveways facing the traffic or the frontage of the house towards that road, isn't that more consistent with that whole neighborhood though, rather than putting it back?
You're right, Councilmember Perez, as you know, if you drive by that area, there are homes on the southern part of Santa Ana that are facing Santa Ana Road. However, we've learned as we're progressing and, looking at engineering documents that if the roads are to be created to have a heavier usage for vehicles, then really there should entries onto homes should be limited as best as possible. So just on the other side of the woods on Santa Ana, on the west side of Santa Ana, Buena Vista, same road, just different name as we have throughout the city of Hollister. One of the latest developments, Hyper Homes, north of Buena Vista. As you can see, there's a stone wall there eliminating any home space in Buena Vista because it is considered Buena Vista is considered a road where at this time, I've used it quite a bit when I used to live on Central, so it's not being used that much at this time, but eventually it is supposed to be an arterial road that connects to Highway 156. And so therefore, the reason for the sound wall, part of the reason for the sound wall for safety reasons. However, for your comment and for the city's direction, the hope is that future development will eliminate the sound wall and have a bigger setback.
Yes.
And yeah.
Exactly. That's what I was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I do have some questions, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Abraham, can you explain, I know when I was newly on the council, I didn't understand like the density and the zoning. So can you explain what it's zoned for and what the density is and how many, I think I heard you say it earlier, how many houses does it allow for if it was built out to capacity?
Absolutely, Councilmember Sanders. Thank you for that question. So the general plan has designated the majority of this area, with the exception of Mr. Rios' property on the commercial property, to low density residential. And the number of units per acre that are allowed is up to 8 units per acre. So therefore, there is approximately 100 acres of land that are considered residential. So therefore, the most units that can be placed on the residential area at 8 units per acre, being that there's 100 residential acres, is 800. However, we have to make room for roads, standard roads, connectivity, parks, open space. And so based on that, there's not gonna be enough space potentially for 8 single-family homes per acre. So therefore, that number will likely be reduced. The number of single-family homes will be reduced, and the way that we've seen in the past is we normally see from 4 to 6, with the target number being at 6 units per acre for single-family homes. So with that range, we will see a potential, once it's all built out, say for example, either next year or 50 years down the road, some of these existing agricultural fields within decide to improve, and the existing zoning remains, we will see a full build out of say between 400 to 600 single family units. And the hope is to see either the rest being multifamily, or at least a good portion of the units being a multifamily. But with this zoning district, there cannot be more than 800 units within the 100 acres of the site, fully improved, like I said. And as I mentioned before, the majority of these parcels, the property owners did not really want to have anything to do at this time with this process.
Okay, I do like that, how you said that we can increase it by putting multifamily, or how the mayor suggested that. But how do we secure that? How do we know for sure that we're not going to end up with, let's say, 800 single family homes here? What can we do to ensure the city's interest, that the burden of putting more houses here, or the benefit is going to outweigh the burden? Like, is there a way to really secure that?
Absolutely, Councilmember Resendez. The best way to do so is to do a general plan amendment to the low density residential component to a higher density residential. And currently we are going through the update of the general plan. Most of these general plan amendments do require an environmental impact report of their own. And so with the update of the general plan, if we are considering some of these areas or the entire area to be higher, then it is a good opportunity at this time to consider a higher density and fold in the environmental review for the California Environmental Quality Act within the update of the general plan EIR.
Okay, I like that, and I feel a little bit more secure with that. But as of right now, there's nothing that's really going to lock that in, so to speak, right?
The master plan does require a multi-family component, so that would be something that would lock it in to make sure that we also have multi-family. And right here, it just indicates multi-family requirement. In the resolution, you will see that the discussion back in December 16, 2019 was that the city council considered approximately 20% of the density to be of multifamily.
Again, can you explain, I know it's in the report, but can you explain what can we do to ensure that these items are in fact met when they start developing?
Sure. So the adoption of the master plan as presented is one way. Another way would be if, for example, the city council decides to just, because originally the city council was just going to consider the map as proposed, the land use design map without the 9 items. And so, say for example, if that were to be considered tonight, in order for the city council to still try to ensure all the other 9 items, is to indicate that the master plan design would be approved as shown by Kimberly Horn. However, upon development, prior to any entitlements, such as a subdivision or center architectural, the property owner would have to get an approval by the city council for a performance agreement or development agreement that ensures the items that you would like to include, such as multifamily and any of these 9 items. That would be another way.
So one thing that concerns me about that process, Abraham, and I shared this with you earlier, is that even if we do vote on that and there's a new council that comes along, they could essentially say, no, we don't really agree with these 9 items, and you guys can go ahead and build out to like single family homes or maximum capacity. That's a risk that we're taking by approving it tonight, correct?
So if the resolution as presented is approved tonight, then it's locked in. However, if it's approved by only the design aspect of it and say with the condition that prior to any future development, the performance agreement or development agreement is approved by the city council with these items, that is where the risk comes in. Potentially, if, say, for example, the property owners decide not to move forward now at this time and wait until a while, and there's a turnaround on the council with different mindsets, then that's where the risk comes in. I do want to say that the property owners of parcels 1, 2, and 3 on the map, and Mr. Jose Villa, the commercial aspect of this master plan, have expressed intent to work with the city council and submit a tentative map more sooner rather than later. But you know, we're here trying to get this approved first.
Thank you, Abraham. And again, as the mayor stated, I want to see the commercial go through, and I don't want to see it being held up. So if there's something we can do to ensure that, let's say that the plan doesn't go through as presented tonight, maybe we can start working on that. I think you mentioned something to the mayor about that, correct?
That's correct. We can definitely, if directed by the council, work with the attorney to work with that.
Okay, and then we could essentially change the zoning, like you said, through the general plan, correct?
That is one option, absolutely.
Or an amendment to ensure that that density is going to be changed.
That is one option, absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, yeah, I'm not a real big fan of where the park is, so to speak, and I'm concerned about whether we can even use it as a park or not. That's just personal preference. But I do want to say, aside from that, since I've been on the council, this is probably the best design that I've seen. You guys have done a really good job with it. I've never voted for a housing development since I've been here. When I first saw this, I liked it, but mostly because of the items that were brought up by the council. It seems like this is the direction we want to head in. It's the future of planning, and this is what we call quote unquote smart planning. So I really do want to say that I appreciate you and the developers for presenting this to here tonight, but I do still have a little bit of concerns, I'll be honest. Thank you.
Thank you. A big thank you to the planning staff as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Sarah? Yes. All right, thank you, guys.
I have a lot of questions. Number one is.
Can you, the speaker, can you speak closer to that microphone so we can hear you clearly?
I'm sorry, I have to have this mask on. I'll do my best.
There you go. We can hear you much better. Thank you.
They're going to use the retention pond as a park. A retention pond is going to have a fence around it by the law. And it's not going to be used as a park. Don't buy it. You're buying it, paying the boat. Number one, Chapel Road is a hazard right now, a real hazard. You come out Maple Avenue onto Chapel Road, you want to make a left or a right, you got to get out where you get hit. The development you let go in there has taken one full lane of Chapel Road out of service there. The road is supposed to have 60 foot wide. The standards, 30 foot on each side. All you have is one lane there, and the drainage goes out into where the traffic goes now. Children walk by there going to school when it's raining. The cars is by one of them. They're going to school with wet feet. It's very poor development. Plus, they put a fence around it there. You said you oppose, which I do too. And they put the fence out. It should have been another 3 foot back on their property. I'm adamantly opposed to having a fence around this development here. Number 3, where's all this water going to go to? there's gonna be a lot of accumulation of water with all the rooftops, pavement, sidewalks, driveways. Where's it going to go? There's nothing expressed in it. Where's the traffic going to go other than using Chapel Road from all of this out to San Ann Road or to Maple to get out of there? Other, everything else is blocked in there. Homes don't pay for themselves. Farmland does pay for themselves. Homelands cost city money if you count all of it. Police protection, fire protection, you add all those things up. Homes do not pay for themselves. That covers it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Victor Gomez?
Hi, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Excellent, thank you. Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. This is Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy, representing a number of the property owners in the Chapel Road area. Well, first, we want to thank you and staff for all your work on getting us to this point. As you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, it's been a lengthy path, but I think it's resulted in a pretty successful design. In 2019, the Planning Commission unanimously adopted the Chapel Road circulation map and land use maps that are here before you today. That action was taken by the Planning Commission, satisfies the mitigation requirement in the EIR. We then came to the council in December of 2019 and received further feedback from the council. We appreciate that feedback, but we feel that we are a bit too early to put those proposed conditions of approval before you for a vote. So we're asking for the conditions of approval to come back at a future date. This action, by adopting these two maps and deferring the conditions of approval, will allow the commercial developer, Jose Villa, to move forward with his proposal for development and conditions of approval that fit the commercial needs, and allows us to go back to the drawing board with the residential component out there, along with conditions of approval that we could all agree upon. So we understand that these 9 items listed are very important to you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Vice Mayor Resendez, and to the council. So we in no way are trying to get away from getting those done. We just need a little bit more time to iron those out and obviously get those approved prior to any residential entitlements. Today's action doesn't approve any residential entitlements. It only allows for the commercial and residential components to go their separate ways. And it also, again, satisfies the EIR mitigation measure that asks for a master development plan. Adopting the 2 maps would satisfy that requirement. So I emailed all of you and staff with our proposed changes to the resolution, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But like I said, I've heard loud and clear your concerns. I do understand that dedicated bike lanes, homeowners association, multifamily, deed restricted affordable. We understand all of these are very important to you, and we do plan to come back to staff with something that I think all of you will be happy with. So with that said, I'll stay on the Zoom and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Boyer?
Hello, I'm a resident at 259 San Juan Drive, and we moved here in 2016. And when we were consulting with the homeowner insurance about flood insurance, we were assured that we didn't have to worry about that because we sit a foot above the agricultural space there. And my concern is, as Tom said earlier, is drainage, proper drainage for that new area. Where's all that water going to go? So that is one big concern that I have. The other is proper improved roads to be instilled. As it is now, North Chapel Road is not an improved road, and it's heavily used for cars passing through, and it's only going to increase. Um, I'm also an advocate to not have it be a gated community or have any walls. I really like that idea, and I understand that the city is growing and developing, and these things are going to happen, but I just hope that we can keep that open plan and not have it be a closed-off community where we can't enjoy the new development and sidewalks and parks. And I'm also concerned about the park being serving a dual purpose as a park and as drainage. It doesn't seem sufficient or realistic. And we are all in the fact that we're getting rid of an organic farm that's there now for retail goes against our agricultural heritage. We have to keep in mind these things. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This time we will close the public hearing. Come back to the council members for any other comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, would you like staff to address some of these questions that were provided?
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Thank you for that. So, Mr. Tom, Mr. Michael, thank you for your comments, and Victor as well. Thank you so much. We heard that the retention pond as a park really is not feasible. I understand that right now it's being used as a stormwater management. The idea behind looking into it for potential dual use, such as some of these other cities like Morgan Hill, they have their large areas that are for stormwater management, but they have soccer fields as well. That's an idea to see if we can potentially make it feasible for them. The payment of that, like you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, would probably be very, very expensive. And so not sure if it's just gonna be something that the property owners within the master plan would be able to put in a pro rata share, including the buffer along the Highway 25 bypass. There's what's called the Quimby Act, which requires that developers only pay their fair share and should not go above and beyond. So the feasibility study, whether it be through this master plan or if it's something that the city wants to take, such as a capital improvements project, can be done and potentially see if we can do something greater with it in the future. At this point, it was just indicated as part of your December 16, 2019 meeting to include it as part of the master plan to see if it's feasible to even do that. So that's on regards to the retention pond. Chapel Road as a hazard.
Mr. Abraham, before you leave that part,
Sure.
is the storm flow from the new development going to that retention pond, or where would that go? So we're clear on that.
So we're clear on that. I'm glad you brought that up. So the city of Hollister falls under the California Regional Water Quality Control Board Central Coast Region. And so we're known, Central Coast Region is known as one of the toughest regions in the state of California to stormwater management. And so the flow of existing storm water developments, stormwater and existing developments, and this proposal would go into this retention pond. However, any new development, including any of these new 13 parcels, would have to meet the Central Coast regions for stormwater management using best management practices. What that means is that essentially the stormwater that falls into these roots and eventually into the floors has to be maintained essentially as pre-development standards. So as if this land was not developed. The reality of things is that we're not getting enough of it, but there are times where there's a lot of rain. And so in the times where there's a lot of rain, there could be a potential of an overflow. And the potential of an overflow would have to be caught by infrastructure on the public right of way, which is why we have an impact fee to make sure, stormwater impact fee to make sure that we that we size up future infrastructure or create new infrastructure to treat stormwater management that overflows from the site, essentially to avoid any type of flooding issues in the vicinity in the future. Did that answer your question more or less, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, just for the public, so they're kind of clear. I know what you're saying, the 100-year plan and all that. So you're saying it would, the stormwater would flow off to the sides first, and from that point, if you had the storms, where would that flow go from there? To the existing retention pond, or?
To the existing retention pond and the future infrastructure along the roads that would allow for the drainage to be taken and processed. And I think that area leads to Santa Ana Creek eventually.
So the surrounding area of the development would be designed for the 100-year.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that way the public understands, because the gentleman, I don't know if his name was Mr. Flores, good question. They don't want their neighborhoods being flooded, and for people to understand how the laws work now that we have to design to the 100-year plan.
Absolutely, and that would come at tentative map stage. Any of these new developments that come in would have to meet those requirements, working with the engineering department to make sure that all of that has been met. And we have to report to the State Regional Water Quality Control Board on a monthly basis, everything that we're doing, and they're making sure that we're following those requirements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for that. Chapel Road as a hazard, loud and clear. Thank you for bringing that up. It's very important. As a condition of approval, one of the things that we can do is that before any future developments within the master plan in Chapel Road, we can do a supplemental traffic analysis to look at all the potential impacts that any future development within Chapel Road can have, and look at potentially vehicles coming in and out from Santa Ana. More than likely, it wouldn't be per house, but we would at least probably want to make sure that there is one driveway that goes in and have access to future roads possibly. So we can look at that and look at Chapel Road and see what potential impacts any future development would occur, and mitigation measures to basically mitigate any potential impacts to less than significant for that. In regards to, so that was detention ponds, Chapel Road as a hazard. We'll look at the roads, make sure that they meet the minimum requirements, sidewalk, curb, and gutter, the minimum requirements for the road width on each way, north and south, on Chapel Road, east and west on Santa Ana. Stormwater we addressed, and the traffic we addressed as well.
Can you address the comment about not voting for those 9 conditions at this time?
Yeah, so regarding the item of not voting for the 9 conditions at this time, essentially, this is how it originally came before the City Council in December of 2019. And as I mentioned, the council at that time, when it was presented, it was a full council. The majority of the council members here were there, if I'm not mistaken. And we also had council member Marty Richmond and Douglas Soul and Carol Lenore as well. And the consensus was essentially that it was beneficial, that it was a good plan, but they wanted to add these 9 items. At this point, if the council does decide to adopt the master plan without the 9 items as requested by Mr. Gomez and come back with the 9 items at a later time, then essentially that would meet the environmental impact report condition. That would meet it. And so we would just want to make sure that if you as a council want those 9 items to be addressed, that as it comes in at a later time, that's prior to any entitlement for future developments, that those items are addressed with you as with the city council. And that's one way that we can address them. By doing that, that does essentially allow for Mr. Villa in the commercial piece to finalize and to submit to the city of Hollister, because it's panicked already, However, at this point, you can indicate that if you want Mr. Diaz, if you want the developers to come in and include the 9 additional items, realistically, these 9 additional items are mainly for the residential aspect of it, the affordable housing, the multifamily. So, I mean, if that's part of what you would like to do tonight, you can indicate that we can approve the master plan as proposed and come in at a later date, prior to any entitlements, to look at the 9 additional items, and that the commercial component does not need to look into those 9 additional items, but just be subject to the master plan as approved.
Okay, any questions from council?
Actually, I have, I just want to say I appreciate you, Mr. Tom.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mike. I can feel your heart from here talking about the farm, the land, and it's going to houses. I feel you with that. I can just sense your emotions with that. And you still presented yourself with respect towards this whole topic. And I applaud you for that. And Mike, it's good to see younger homeowners moving up here and being part of the community concerned with our future. So thank you guys.
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Perez. I know that you mentioned, Michael, you mentioned the heritage of the agricultural, very important. If it's okay with the council, I would like to address that as well. At this time, most of the agriculture that's existing is status quo. They have not indicated that they want to do anything at this time. It can very well be that tomorrow they change their mind and they say, yeah, we want to do something. Or it can be that they want to continue to be active out there for the next 50 years or more, and that's fine. It can remain status quo. One thing that I do want to emphasize in regards to the agricultural aspect of it, agriculture is really dear to the hearts of many existing community members and people that are coming in. They see this agricultural land up around the city of Hollister, some of it within the city limits, very rarely now. There used to be a lot more, back in the 90s, 80s, and before, and a lot more in the county. So one of the things that we did, that the council actually did, was that we have a mitigation measure that as ag becomes for this 120 acres, 117 acres, becomes transformed into improvements into residential and commercial, that agricultural land, there's a mitigation measure that agricultural land in the county, the property owners have to find some land in the county, acre by acre, to preserve it in perpetuity, to make sure that there's a reserve for ag land. And there's programs out in the county, the San County Ag Trust, that can help with that. And so these are members here, like Jose Villa and the other applicants, Mr. Lupentino and Mr. Aguident, they are on board with that, and they will make sure that that occurs prior to any time. Just wanted to address it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, this was a hard decision for me to make or to come to, I'll be honest. Mr. Gomez and planning staff, I do think that this is probably the best design that I've seen since I've been on the council. So again, I just want to reiterate that I appreciate that. Mr. Gomez, you've sat where we are. Ultimately, I think that there's too much risk still. Because things happen that are out of our control, and we don't know what's going to happen in a couple of years. I do believe your intention and your client's intentions that you do want to do this, but my suggestions would be this. Number one, I'd like for the retail to get going as soon as possible. So if we can look at separating that from the project as you suggested, I'd be very much in favor of that. And then just to ensure that we have a balanced density design and that we're for sure going to have balanced growth there, I'd like for it to come back for a general plan amendment to rezone it ASAP. I'm totally in favor of that. But as presented tonight, I think that there's still some risk. And what I mean by that is If the majority of the council does move forward and approve it, that's fine. I would highly suggest that you don't detach the development agreement from how it's presented, because that is not going to allow for, it could potentially not allow for the 9 items to be met. And even if you do approve it tonight with that, it still might not get done. If something happens and they come to an entirely new council, it still might not get done. So those are my concerns. And then lastly, if it is approved tonight, Abraham, you suggested some open space amenities. I would suggest that that's also included in it. But as it stands tonight, I would probably not support it. I'm sorry. I'd like for it to come back ASAP for those things that I had suggested. Thank you so much. Those are my comments.
Okay, any other comments from council? So it sounds like we have the different options we were talked about here. Both options, whether we approve it with the 9 conditions or don't approve it with the 9 conditions, it could be the commercial park could be separated out. Is that correct?
If with the request by the council, we can work with the city attorney to see what measures can be taken to separate it from the master plan area. That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So both ways we can make this thing work. And I think it's some good ideas here. Obviously, the things we want to make sure are going to happen are required. So with that, is there anyone from the council would like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and adopt Exhibit A, Chapel Road Master Development Plan, and study area land use and circulation map as the preferred design alternative for the Chapel Road project area, satisfying mitigation measure 3.1.3 of the environmental impact report for the Chapel Road area, and adopt resolution 2021-7, removing the language regarding conditions of approval for both the residential and commercial development standards and requirements, deferring those to a future date prior to approval of any vesting tentative maps. In addition, I would like these requests to be made to the resolution so it complies with the motion.
Okay, does your motion include the separation of the commercial area?
Approval for both the residential and commercial development standards and requirements, deferring those to a future date.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second,
There is a second I heard.
yes.
Okay, Mr. Burns, thank you. There's a motion and a second. If we could have a roll call vote on this so we know.
Mayor Velazquez,
No.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
and the motion passes with a 3-2 vote.
Motion carries. And I think either way, guys, this was a good conversation and well done. Either way, we're going to be doing this. So let's just stay on top of it. Thank you all. We're going to move to item F1.
From the podium.
Good evening, council members and the mayor. My name is Benny Gonzalez, I'm intern public works director. I'm here tonight to ask for authorization to issue an RFP for tree trimming and related services due to the contract with West Coast August in June 30th of this year.
So, also, Mayor, if I could add,
Go ahead, sir.
so, I mean, we are bringing this together to council. Oh, speak to the mic. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Christine was waiting, so I was running through. So, we do have the end of the June 30th when this contract ends, we are bringing it to start the process early so that, if project it, or the contract it in and we could change seamlessly. In the past, we've done, at 3 years, they do a third of the city every year. And it's approximately about, $300,000 a year. One consideration is that we can look into a tree policy for the residential area or landowners. And look at alternatives to use that 300,000 towards maybe an incentive for the public to take care of the trees. We do have, Mary can confirm it tonight. We do get a lot of tree complaints with roots. Some of the older trees that were planted within the city have caused sidewalks to uproot or to go under fences. So this would, if council give us direction to, let's say, either go to RFP or maybe come up with a tree policy that maybe allows the property owners to change out the trees. Just, we're looking for direction. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Yes, Mayor, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. City manager, could we not do both simultaneously and that way we'd be prepared to make an award if we don't have a policy in place that would award homeowners for maintaining their trees? Yeah, we could do that. Thank you. We would just let the people that are bidding be aware that that is a possibility that we come up with a different direction. Thank you.
Yeah, the question I had, I know the contract we had in the past, it seemed like there were trees that were never trimmed. There's several in the downtown area that just seem way overgrown. And how were we really watching over all this? Because some of them look like they were not cut in years. And we started seeing a lot of the problems with those. So how did we watch over this?
We actually have software that will track every tree that we trim or cut down. That's available to you if you want to see that. It's very detailed of every tree that's been trimmed, touched, or any using bush. It's a very large program.
Yeah, it was a very big program. And I actually agree with Mr. Burns as far as moving simultaneous some of these ideas, see how we can give the ownership back to the residents that own the property there, and at the same time find a company that can do this project. Or would it be better to have a few companies and split that? Or were they able to handle it pretty well? What was your view on that?
They've done a very good job. If it wasn't for them taking care of trees currently, we'd be out there picking up trees probably all year round, not just the 4 months that we do.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from council? No? Do we have any speaker cards?
Well, actually, can we is it possible to, the data you said, because I have a few residents that are complaining over on Forest Street near Mapleton. Well, they're complaining about they only went part of the down the street and stuff. I know sometimes, you're dealing with a lot of trees and you miss a tree. It happens, but we are human. But I'd really like to see something done with the as far as the ownership or the residents taking control of their own trees, and maybe even when they remove a tree and to replace it, maybe even the city can work something in so we can help them, guide them on what's put in, but also to help them to pay for it, since it is our community.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a tree planting list that, or authorization list to prevent the trees that root spread across the good sidewalk, things like that. But yourself or a citizen can request that information and we'll get it to them. Okay. We would be happy.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Mayor Tim Burns, one more, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. City manager, do we currently have a process or a policy in place that will give preference to local tree cutting services or other disadvantaged businesses?
No, not at this time. And we do, yeah, not for solutions, sorry.
Thank you. That's something I would really like to look at as well. I'd much rather keep the money in Hollister wherever and whenever possible. And if we have a qualified contractor, I would certainly like to see them be given an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. It's very true and something we need to talk about in the way of the last time it was too big of a job for any of the local companies to handle. How can we work towards that to give our local contractors the opportunity? Can we, again, can we do it by districts? Is there a way to split this up to make this thing doable for some of the smaller local contractors?
As we do our process, we'll look into it. We'll see what we can come up with.
And Mr. Burns, you were saying working simultaneously as far as the ownership or transferring ownership to the homeowners. Is that what your comment was earlier?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to see us work on an RFP at the same time working on a city ordinance or some sort of city policy that would give the city or the property owner the option either or, recognizing that this can be a public safety risk as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I do. I like the idea of doing it by district, and I just think like that'll also give an opportunity to local vendors. If we are going to transfer it over to the residents, then the residents can then either decide to stay with that vendor or to do it themselves. I think that's a great option. And it's just a win-win situation all around. So I like that. Thank you for those comments.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor. And no hold place.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Mr. Burns, you want to make a motion with your recommendation?
Certainly, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 2021-8, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister requesting proposal for a tree trimming and related services agreement. And I'd like to see us move forward simultaneously to create a policy that would give the homeowner the option or the city the option. And I'll leave that to the city's discretion, how that works out in the verbiage.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. We will now move to item F2.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and fellow council members, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, this is Charlie, the fire marshal. Back in, after the tragic 2016 Ghost Ship fire in Oakland that killed 36 people, Senator Jerry Hill introduced Senate Bill 1205, the Fire Protection Services Compliance Reporting. The bill was passed and section 131.46.4 was added to the State Health and Safety Code last year. California Health and Safety Code section 131.46.4 was added to 218 and became effective September 27, 2018. California Health and Safety Code sections 131.46 and 131.46.3 requires all fire departments, including the Hollister Fire Department, to provide fire protection services to perform annual inspections in every building used as a public or private school, hotel, motel, lodging house, apartment house, and certain residential care facilities for compliance with building standards as provided. California Health and Safety Code section 131.46.2 requires all fire departments
including the Hollister Fire Department, to provide fire protection service report annually to its administering authority on its compliance with the sections. So it took us a while to get going with this. Basically, what it's coming back to, the last 2 years, we're reporting back on what we did. The first year, we didn't get to it. Last year, we did get to it, but we did the inspections, but we didn't adopt them. But we have come to you with the adoptions of our educationals, our residentials, and our institutionals that we've completed for the last 2 years. So in total, for the city of Hollister, we completed 948 of the inspections that were mandated. And the list is fluid, so it's still growing. So we're working with the assessor's office to find out all of these occupancies that we're getting. So we're going to have certain lists that, but as we're looking at this list, we're finding more of it. So we have to make sure that we find all like the daycare facilities, your labor camps, your housing, your halfway houses and stuff like that. So just for us, we completed 948 of them. And the reason is when the ghost ship fire happened, everybody was pointing the fingers. Everyone said, we did this, we told them about that, we told them about this. But when it came down to it, they held everybody accountable. So what they said is, you guys need to go report and let your council members, your supervisors know why you either completed it or you didn't complete it. Because if you didn't complete it, at least that means we're coming to you and saying we can't complete it because we didn't have the tools to complete it, or we didn't complete it because we did. So if we don't have the tools that we need to do it, then we need to come to you and say, hey, this is what we need. So that way, when it comes down to it and something does happen, there's someone to place blame on it, either for the compliance or that. But if everybody's done everything right, then we got 100% of the inspections completed. So in both years, though, we did complete last year. So I'm bringing you the last 2 years, 19 and 20. And in 19, we completed 367 out of 369. The only 2 that we did miss from our list was the jails, because the jails have done every 2 years, the jail and juvenile hall. But as of this year, because we did grow a little bit, we did 371 and 371. So we completed those inspections, and we're in the process of mailing them out. So we're going to start working on that. So we complete them before the year. Good job. Thank you. It's rough. I see the peer review out there while we're getting to get them done. And we will be coming to you for some more inspectors. We just need to get through this COVID right now. And then once we all get through this, then we'll come back to be able, because there is cost recovery that can be associated with this. And just for an example, this year alone, I completed over 1,443 inspections. And on those, there could be cost recovery for each one of them. So, and as of right now, we're looking at $198,000 that the Hollister Fire Department has brought in this year. So we're looking at bringing in over $400,000 this fiscal year from the fire department alone, collecting on fees, plan checks, and inspections. And we haven't even hit all the hotels. So once we start doing cost recovery for that, once we get personnel staffing, we can start being a lot more proactive. Any questions?
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Rodella. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker card, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2021-9.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion carries. We will now move,
Thank you very much.
we'll now move to item F3.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Item F3 is a resolution for City Council to allow the Hollister Fire Department to apply for a California Office Traffic and Safety Grant, OTS Grant 2022. This grant entails a regional purchase, not only just with the Hollister Fire Department, but with the state agency, also CAL FIRE, to purchase equipment for vehicle accidents the newest and latest equipment, so we can, address and respond to, the growing, vehicle accidents that we have in and around, the city of Hollister. So, staff recommends that the city council adopt a resolution authorizing the Hollister Fire Department to apply for the California Office of Traffic and Safety, Grant 2022 for emergency medical services, regional crash response, and expectation improvement. Any questions at this time?
Any questions from council?
Just a quick comment, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to point out that I appreciate you including the matching amount of the fiscal impact of the report. Thank you for that. It's always helpful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I make a motion, we accept resolution 2020-10
Yes,
Yes.
as is.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. We will now move to item F4.
Again, good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Bob Martin, Accountable Fire Chief of the City of Hollister. Item F4 is an ordinance for the City of Hollister to establish a fund to receive the fire impact fee fund from the County of San Benito. So according to their ordinance number 639 adopted May 4th, 1993, under Article 8, one of the requirements is to establish an account to receive those funds on a biannual process. Part of those funds are, or according to the fund process, is the City of Hollister, or in this case, the Hollister Fire Department, the Hollister Fire District, will establish a capital improvement program to address the impact that developers are imposing on the jurisdiction, including San Juan Bautista, Hollister, and San Benito County. When these developers pay into this fund, there's an expectation of the impact being mitigated by providing this funding source to the fire authority to address such items like a facility out in the county, equipment for responding to emergencies, and apparatus. Currently, I had a meeting with the finance director of the county, and his report up to me for the amount that's in the account right now that the county is holding is 1.387, $1,387,000. Once we establish this account, then what we can do is get together, collaborate, and figure out what the city and the county therefore need as far as facilities, equipment, and apparatus. Any questions at this time?
So, sir, the equipment being purchased using these dollars would be allocated to that jurisdiction, to the county or San Juan Bautista or to the city? How would that work?
As the lead fire authority within the county, it would fall under the operational use of the department. So, for example, today we had multiple calls in the morning where we had a zero status. With this additional funding source and equipment, what that would do is it would bridge that gap because of the fact that there's such an increase in population. With the increase in population, there's an increase in call volume also. But what this funding source does, it addresses that because of the development. Now, the development consists of residential, office and business, and light industrial, or any kind of industrial. And they're all feed probably in a different category, residential being the most expensive. And what that does is because it brings more population within the community, operationally, how we would use that equipment is that we would disperse it to the jurisdiction or to the area that's most densely populated and demands the response for service.
I appreciate that. The other question, as you point out, the operations of the department throughout the county, the issue we had in the past is, and we still have, is that the CFDs being collected in the county are not being allocated to the department. They're being used to just pay off the annual contract. Is there any progress in that front?
I can have a talk with the finance director on that, and I think that there's gonna have to be some kind of revision to it. Sir, so what we realized during the conversation with the finance director was that when they did the fee study with Wilton Associates, the information that they received was antiquated, and they still had CAL FIRE as the overall fire service providing authority. Well, that we had taken the contract in 2013, and that study was developed in 2017. So that kind of shows you the revision that we're going to have to go through. So to answer your question, by using that as an example, yes, that's going to have to be addressed, and it's going to have to be updated to reflect our current condition within the county at this time.
Thank you, sir. It's very, very important. I appreciate it. Any questions from council? All right. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution 2021-11 as stated.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll now move to item F5.
F5, Mayor and Council members, is a resolution to have the city council adopt and authorize the Halston Fire Department to purchase a fire apparatus to replace the Type 6, that's the wildland apparatus, the smaller pump, the smaller pickup that we spec out to do rapid suppression on some of the more difficult to negotiate terrain out in the county and within the county also. This was one of the apparatus we remember when we went to the city manager's symposium that these apparatus are only $5 a mile when they go down the road, as opposed to the $15 a mile, the much bigger equipment. Well, this piece of equipment was involved in an incident, was involved in a collision in 2018. We received the funds to replace it, and we're just requesting permission to replace the vehicle at this time.
All right, thank you. Is there any questions on this item?
Yes, Mayor, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Chief, assuming we are not unfortunate enough to be involved in another collision, what can we expect the life of this vehicle to be?
You know what? That's a good question. Thank you for that. So the life of these vehicles are traditionally would be about 10 years on the road as a first out engine, according to the National Fire Protection Agency, or I'm sorry, not agency, but the authority. And what happens is after it's on the road for the first 10 years, it becomes a reserve apparatus, and you have a newer first out engine, where this one would become the reserve apparatus in the event that there's service and maintenance, and if this vehicle goes out on a strike. So the life totality of it is about 20 years. So we're expecting about a 20-year service in this vehicle.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So move to approve resolution 2021-12 as proposed.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We will now move to item F6.
Mayor, council members, F6 is the request for council to approve or to authorize the Hollister Fire Department to purchase fire apparatus vehicles as outlined in the signed contract that was negotiated between San Diego County and the city of Hollister in 2018. We're coming to you here in 2020 because in 2018 we needed time to spec out the apparatus that was going to be more conducive to the environment that we're working in. So we're a unique city where we have the rural housing and industrial development flourishing within the city, but we're intermingled with the urban interface. So what we call that in the fire service is the WUI, the wildland urban interface, where you have some of the beautiful agriculture surrounding your basic cotton and oat homes, to say the least, or for the least of a better example. You have pack homes out there. So you have the need for a type 1 structured fire engine. You have the need for a type 6 wildland quick response engine, and you have the need for a water tender in the more rural landscape of our community. So this morning, as an example, crews went out to a structured fire at the San Benito Lago, 45 minutes away from their jurisdiction. Well, what they needed out there was a type 1 fire engine and a water source, because the water that they were going to be drawing from out there was from an agricultural well. We'll suck that up right within the first half hour of fire suppression. Again, also in also Road, where Chief Dover was fighting a compost fire, we need multiple water tenders out there. So water tenders are worth their weight in gold. We deploy them in strike teams. We help the state out. And as a byproduct, we make a little money on the site through deployment because of the staffing, because of the hours that the water tender is put to use, and the administrative fee that comes with a strike team deployment. So what that first year in 2018 gave us was the opportunity to see what is it that this jurisdiction needs, not just the city of Hollister, but the urban interface, the industrial area, the airport. And we were able to come up with 3 very tactful and operational pieces of equipment. And it was the Type 1, the Type 3, and an off-road water tender, where the Type 3 is a little bigger piece of equipment that will provide, which will provide off-road wildland firefighting in a more heavier campaign fire, where the Type 6 is a quick attack. It'll knock it out, as our tactics and strategies prove. This is already moving without me. So if you look at the PowerPoint presentation that we provided you, this is what we're going to be purchasing with the money that the county provides us for. I was trying to back it up. Now it's on. Okay. So, what we're coming to you with is, I know you see the fiscal impact, the final impact of $2 million. We've been collecting on the county's fire contract for the past 2 years. If you see in the packet here, we have a very, I'd say, articulate and creative financing program, not only with below financing, but with a 2-year deferred payment program. So that'll give the city of Hollister the opportunity to collect another 2 years on top of the 2 years that we have been collecting, for a total of 4 years. And we'll be able to put the order in for the pieces of equipment that we spec out, have them built, have them brought back to us within 18 months. Right. It'll be about 18 months or less before we get the vehicles back. And then at that point, we start paying on them. So it gives gives us that opportunity. We didn't come to council last year because we understood that the economy was taking a nosedive due to the pandemic. Well, finance companies and manufacturing companies out there have seen that economic downfall also, and have provided us products to be able to meet the demand and the need for agencies like ours who had at times got hit hard with the economic downfall. So coming to you with this, I had Chief Dover, who's my logistics chief and is in charge of the fleet, speak with the manufacturer and some of the finance companies that they deal with, and he's come up with several options of how to purchase these vehicles with the lower financing and the 24-month deferred payment program. I gotta laugh because I sound like a used car salesman right now. This is not something that's in my wheelhouse, but I'm trying to do the best I can. But if I can get Chief Dover up here, he'll better explain to you some of the financing products that are afforded to us, and we can go through some of the equipment that we're going to be buying with the county's funds. Is there any questions for me at this time?
Okay. All right, can you hear me okay? I'll take the mask off. Sometimes I'll talk fast. Okay, so going back to the original with the Type 6, there we were able to obtain 3 options for purchase. We could do a 7-year annual with a 2.9% finance rate at an annual cost of $52,000. Or we could look at option 2, which is a 9-year plan, which would give us an interest rate of 3.34% with an annual payment of 42.7. And then of course we have the 10 years, the 9 and 10 year span would also be the 2-year deferred option. So a 10 years annual at 3.34 with an annual payment of $39,000, and that's just for the Type 6, which we've already received insurance payout on that particular vehicle. But as you can see, looking at the cost of what we originally paid for it, there's also a cost of, an increase in cost to the newer vehicles, newer equipment, newer radios, stuff like that. If you look at the Rosenbauer, the Type 1 and the Type 3 pumper, again, we've got 4 options. Are you guys able to see these ones that were included? It's the same thing. They give you a 7-year option with 2.7 and a 9-year, a 10-year, and even a 15-year on option 4. So it gives us quite a few options to kind of decide which way we want to go. I think it's something we probably wouldn't have to decide right this minute. We're mostly looking for the approval to go forward with this, and then we can work out all the financial options in the near future. And just to give our own finance department a little, last time when we were doing this, our own in-house finance department was able to find us a better rate than what was given, so to go with that option. Brad helped us out with that last go around. So, any questions on any of those options?
You said Brett found you a better rate this time around, or I'm sorry, the previous?
Last time around when we were purchasing the rigs, we were looking at a finance option, and Brett was able to get us a better rate with a bank that he was dealing with, and it was a substantial savings. I don't know exactly what those numbers were, but it was a lesser interest rate.
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, I would request that if council is going to approve this, just approve it with the stipulation that allow finance to find the best rate possible, or the best
option.
Yeah, best option possible.
We were trying to come up with a bunch of options going to state instead of just paying all this money up front. We do have some options that we can consider. It doesn't have to happen tonight. We're looking for just the option to go ahead and move ahead and start working on this stuff.
And make sure if there's a no prepayment penalty in case we are able to pay it off early.
Yeah, typically there's a no prepayment, but we'll verify that happens.
I did not believe in prepayment penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody who's in that kind of option probably not want to do it. Yeah.
All right. Any questions from council?
Yes, Mayor Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
So chiefs, first of all, please confirm from we have adequate resources to staff the vehicle or the vehicles when they're in operation.
That's from the apparatus that we're talking about here is all apparatus that's in service that's aged 20 years plus. These are beyond their service years. One of the apparatus is actually, like you said, a product earlier that we're actually going to have in service anymore, but they've been staffed this whole time.
And so, my sense is these also will have a potential 20-year life as well.
Yes, 10-year front line with up to 10-year reserve status. The Type 6 would be the only one that may not make it 20 years. It's based on normal chassis like you would see on the street, a typical 1.5 ton pickup truck. It just depends on how it's used and maintained.
Any sense on the amount of money that has already been paid into the county fund in the past 2 years, as I recall or understand it, and any sense for what that will look like in 2 years from now if we're going to defer this out potentially?
Well, what we were able, what the administration was astute to do was we had the base fund that I want to say was 1,750,000, and we put a 3% inflator in that. The totality of it is I don't have the number offhand, but I can get that number for you. I can email it to everybody.
Thank you, Chief.
To add to that conversation, thank you, Mr. Burns. I heard you say we have the 1.7 million now in the fund. We'd be using those dollars.
Well, that was from the initial contract that we had started with, and right now we're at $2,053,000 with annual fee coming from the county for fire protection services. If you're talking, sir, about the fire impact fee, the fire impact fee is at $1,387,000 at this time.
And those dollars will be used for this also, correct?
Well, the way the ordinance is written out, sir, is that it's to address development that is impacting the current fire suppression service, not the fire suppression service that is in place. So in other words, it wouldn't be able to replace this current equipment. It would have to purchase new equipment, new facilities, and new apparatus. Anything that the development that gets put in place imposes on the services at this point, like from this point on, as opposed to what they had bought 20 years ago.
Right. And as I heard you say, I heard someone say some of the ones are 8 years now or 7, 8 years that you're getting prepared for the 10-year. Is that what I heard?
Sorry, Mayor, could you repeat that? I didn't understand it.
I thought I heard you say that some of the trucks are at that 8-year in their lifespan here, and this would be kind of getting ready to retire those or put those in reserves.
Actually, one of them's at 11 years in service right now, one under 12. Another one's at 24. And then the third one is already out of service. They've already got 20 plus years of service and had some major brain damage. So that small water tender is going to be placed out of service.
Correct.
So as far as anything 8 years, I don't think there's anything that we either have stuff that's 2 to 3 years old or stuff that's 20 years plus.
Right. You know, it would be helpful for us, all of us, again, is a recap with all our equipment as we used to do in the fire committee meetings. And we'd like to, I would highly recommend getting that to the entire council. They can see our equipment and the age. I think that would be very beneficial for us.
Absolutely.
And I think here too, we can start having the fire committee meetings again to really get a better update on everything going on.
With that presented paperwork, would you like that to have the apparatus, gear, model, and actual photographs and kind of understand what each apparatus is?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll make that happen.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Mayor Tim Burns, one final question, please.
Yes, sir.
Chiefs, so I heard you say also that in some cases we're actually recovering costs and making money, is that in relation to mutual aid costs? Absolutely. According to the strike teams, we sent out 9 pieces of equipment to include battalion chiefs and overhead for state campaign fires. They were able to generate, I got invoices from them in and around $475,000. Of course, a lot of that money is going to go towards the salaries and the overtime that was accumulated, but a lot of that money came from the apparatus itself and the administrative costs that it has with the finance director and the city manager to, deploy the assets to those campaign fires.
Thank you, Chief. I think it'd be helpful to have those numbers calculated on an annual basis as well.
Absolutely. And
Thank
we tally them up every year. And I can send it to Council tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards this morning.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion, Mr. Mayor, to adopt resolution number 2021-13. And then are we adding the amendment to find the best option out there? Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yes.
Okay, if we can add that.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. We will now move to item F7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. F7 is requesting legislative recess for the month of July. This will allow for staff to take vacation and catch up on other projects.
Okay. Any questions from council?
Mayor Kimber,
Go ahead, sir.
City Clerk, is there, perhaps it's, me being a new council member, and this may be just a phenomenon all new council members go through. And so I'm willing to own that and acknowledge that, but it concerns me that we take an entire month off, and I understand there is clearly a benefit to city staff. Have there ever been any consideration to maybe limiting the meetings from 2 to 1 in a month of July?
We've done that for January. So January, we have eliminated the first meeting in January in perpetuity, so that, that's why we only have this one meeting in January. Originally, when the legislative recess started in July, it was due to the rally and gearing up for that and just not being able to, and not just gearing up for it, but also to clean up afterwards. So it took a lot of staff time. And then over the years, staff just kind of got used to having it off and then started planning vacations around it, catching up on other projects. I know I have caught up on minute tracks, retention. I've done all kinds of stuff in July, which is helpful for me. But that, just so you know, that's how the origin of it was. And I'm sure council would probably be considerate to maybe only doing one that month, but it's just the last, I think we started in 2014. No, I'm not even sure.
I think it was 14. I think it was 14 or 15 when that started.
Yeah.
Recommendation from Councilmember Gomez at the time, and it seemed to work out pretty well for the staff to catch up, as you pointed out, because of the rally and other issues that were happening. Gave everybody a chance to, after the rally, regroup, get things together. Staff that needed their time to take their time and get caught up with all the other work.
Yeah, if I can add, and that was the main thing with the recess was the weeks heading up to the rally. I mean, that's all we focused on. Core IT was getting cameras fixed, making sure everything's spot on for weeks ahead of time. Department heads were in planning meetings, so it was really difficult for us to do agendas and plan for the rally. And then by the time we were pretty much busy the whole time for the rally, rally was over, then you had, when agendas are roughly a week and a half before due, they gave us like 2 days after the rally to get the agendas ready for the next meeting. This was a very tight time schedule.
It just,
It was a big thing. We're here to serve, but that was the main reason. Thank you, city manager. Thank you, city clerk. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead,
point
sir.
out something. And that's not to say we won't have a special meeting, because if I do recall, I think we did have like a special meeting around there, so that's always a potential. So I would suggest that we adopt this, and then of course we can always have a special meeting if need be, either right before or right after the recess.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2021-14.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries. We will now move to item F8.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and Council, this is the resolution which would approve a contract with Blacktop and Goblet Demographic Research, Inc. to conduct redistricting in the city of Hollister using the 2020 census data as required by state law AB 849 and AB 1276. The request would be in appropriating an amount of $52,500 from the general fund. Approving the resolution tonight would hold, would actually retain Laptop and Goblet as our demographers, as we have not received the 2020 census yet. And once those do go out, it will be harder to retain the services other than the demographer.
Okay, any questions from council?
Mayor Jim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
City clerk, is there a way that in this contract, assuming that we approve it, that we could indicate that that would be an amount not to exceed the stated amount of 52.5 without coming back to council for approval?
There may be, I think the reason we have it as we do, I could try and do that, but it may have to go a little bit higher. The reason for that is they would be charging meeting charges. If we wanted someone to actually physically attend our meetings, that's $1,500 per meeting. If we have them attend virtually, it's $500 per meeting. There would also be some additional services of providing online districting and on the website, and then an evaluation of districting plans submitted by members of the public if we wanted to have the public involved. And I believe that's one of those state laws is requesting that the public be involved.
So this may be a question then for the city attorney or the city clerk. Is there a way to simply secure their services knowing that at some point in the near future we're going to require them? Example, maybe as a retainer or something like that, so that we guarantee that we have them, that we are not writing a blank check.
Yeah, so the base amount is, we know that's going to be $40,000. The rest of it, and probably the 12,500 would be the 52, which is what we're asking. That's the bare minimum, the 52.5. If we wanted them to report findings at a meeting, that would be an additional cost of $750 minimum if we only had them report one time.
And the reporting or the recording, is that something that city staff would do that for?
They're the ones that are actually doing the lines in the districting, so they would be giving their reasoning on why they adjusted lines when they were in the.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we adopt resolution number 2021-15.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Then we'll come back and go on with G1. Does that sound good to everyone?
Yes, thank you.
Christine, is everyone coming back yet?
Not everyone yet, Mr. Mayor?
I've eaten two. He's like, I'm not coming. I don't do pizza, but that's okay. I've eaten two.
Let me know, Christine, when everyone's ready.
I think we're ready, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. At this time, we'll resume the meeting. And we'll move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns? No committees yet, right? No problem. Mr. Perez, Councilmember Perez, same with you at this point. Councilmember Spencer, Vice Mayor Spencer?
No meetings.
All been in hiding so far. Councilmember Resendez?
Same, Mr. Mayor, nothing to report.
I have the same report, nothing to report. We'll move to item 2, information reports from city council members. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to bring up a couple items, and I'll be brief. So first, for the city manager and our community development director, I would like to explore the opportunity to potentially text them in Title 16, Chapter 16.36, 02 or 30 as it relates to procedures. And what I'd like to have staff consider in text amending or adding potentially would be something to time limit tentative maps. Right now, I tend to think that's part of the challenge that the city has faced in previous years with developments coming forward years, if not decades, after the fact that the tentative map was approved. And as I understand it, the tentative map is the golden fleece, and once you have it, it pretty much obligates the city and locks the city into development. And so I'd like to just put out for a robust conversation, but I'd like to see us potentially time limit that to a 3-year window with the opportunity at the point when it's going to turn out for the applicant to bring it back to council or to the planning commission, whatever the preference of the city is, to potentially prevent some of these monumental developments from coming forward years, if not decades after. Secondly, I would like to ask the city manager, and this may not be the time or place, but I'm going to put it out and I'll respect the response regardless. I'd like to know or have an update on the chief of police recruitment and the specific process. Would really appreciate the opportunity for consideration for it to be potentially more inclusive. And I say potentially because I don't know what it looks like except for what I've read online about it. But I guess my thoughts would be that there should at least be a couple different panels. One which would be all professionals, preferably maybe retired former city halls or chiefs of police. I know we have several that I think would be open to that conversation, and or county sheriff or district attorney. And a second one comprised of the business community and special nonprofits. And so I'll just put that forward and look forward to your thoughts, comments, and updates. if and when and where it's appropriate, sir. And that would conclude my comments.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Perez?
Actually, the only thing I really have to say right now is, I don't know if this is the right time or not, but, I wanted to thank somebody, Joel, can't think of his last name, at San Benito Supply. You know, also, Jose Garcia, they helped us, get an ADA ramp to one of our local residents. San Benito Supply donated the cement. Jose spent his time, and I just wanted to really tell them how much they impacted our community by, I think there's almost like 700 likes on the pictures on Facebook. In the first 27 minutes, there was 100 likes on it. And it just tells me that about this community that yes, thank you, Joel and Jose. That we have genuinely caring people in our community, like Tim and Mike that were speaking earlier, and how we can all really work together, especially in these divisive times, that we can get a lot of things done, and we can do it and feel good about each other. It brings us closer. So thank you guys, and thank you for this time.
And absolutely the right time to bring it up. So thank you, and thank them for the hard work, and you for putting it together. So greatly appreciated. Vice Mayor Spencer. I'm sorry, Councilmember Spencer.
Councilmember Rose, the vice mayor.
I'm still getting mixed up.
Hey, keep calling me vice mayor. I like it. I have nothing to say.
Okay. All right. We'll try Vice Mayor Resendez then.
There we go. I like the sound of that. Number one, thank you guys for unanimously electing me for the vice mayor. It's been a great honor to serve as a council member. I've learned a lot. I've grown a lot. I'm looking forward to working with all of you over the next couple of years. So I appreciate that sentiment. Thank you so much. And I have nothing else to report other than that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And I do too. I want to say thank you to everyone. We're going to have, if we work great as a team, I'm looking forward to this year. We're going to do some amazing things. And I know it's just, it's about conversations. And that's the important part of what we found in the past, that we can all work together, work hard, share thoughts, share ideas, get the community involved, as Mr. Perez just pointed out. We can really see some amazing things happen here in the next few years. We're going to be coming out of this COVID crisis soon. By soon, I mean over 6 months. And as they get the vaccines out there, I want to thank everybody for their patience. And I know this is terribly hard on all of us. So thank the public for working together. And we'll go now to City Manager.
Yeah, I just want to say Happy New Year to you, Mayor, and council, and thank you all for starting off the year up in a positive way. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No statement tonight.
Thank you, Chief.
No chief tonight.
No chief tonight. Okay, City Clerk.
Just Happy New Year again, like Mr. Miller said, and I too am looking forward to a positive new 4 years.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's move now to G3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening again. Abraham Prado, the Illinois Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. During the regular City Council meeting of Monday, December 21st, 2020, staff was directed by the City Council to bring an item for tonight's council meeting, January 19th, essentially to discuss the possible exception to the 500-foot buffer zone along Highway 25 and San Felipe Road, restricting the placement of mini storage, RVs, and boats land use. in the light industrial M1 zoning district of the city of Hollister. I believe the request from Mr. Noble was to suspend the ordinance which provides the buffer. Currently, there are some mini storage buildings along San Felipe Road, and currently there are boats and RVs stored on properties along Highway 25, such as just south of Flint Road. If you're coming in on Highway 25, just south of Flint Road along Highway 25 to the east, you'll see that there are currently some boats and RVs mainly. Currently, they are considered to be non-conforming because the code now states that it should be at least 500 feet away from these main corridors. So although the mini storage, RV, and boat storage are a permitted use within the M1 light industrial zoning district, the zoning code requires that they be at least 500 feet away, mainly for aesthetic purposes. The reason being is that coming into the town, city wanted to see more of the nice industrial buildings along San Felipe Road and along Highway 25, and the mini storage, boat, RV, they're allowed permitted uses in the M1, just further away. Good example would be if you're going from town heading towards the airport, right before San Fountain Road to the east, you'll see San Felipe Storage. San Felipe Storage is set back 500 feet, and the mini storage is begins towards the east. They did ask for a mini storage boat and RV to be closer, but because of this zoning ordinance, we were able to work with them, but having that setback, that buffer, and planning commission approved them in that form, just as an example. So staff would like to mention that within the past 2 months, the city has actually had multiple inquiries, at least 3. One along Highway 25, one along San Felipe Road, and one up the Technology Parkway. In addition to this one on 90 Fountain Road, outdoor storage, mini storage, boats, RVs, and the response has really been that currently the zone requires that there's a 500-foot buffer. We can work with you with over 1,500 acres of industrial land, or we can work with you just not along Highway 25 or San Felipe Road. Just as providing information to the council. So just in conclusion, staff would like the council to please provide direction as to whether the council would like to suspend the ordinance to allow for the mini storage at 90 Fountain Road. Just to add very humbly, that if the direction from the city council is indeed to collaborate or work with the applicant to allow for the mini storage used at 90 Fountain Road within the 500-foot buffer, that instead of suspending the ordinance as requested by Mr. Noble, to please consider if it's okay with the city attorney to find some type of legal exception for this particular location. Otherwise, staff feels that by suspending the ordinance, and Jason Epperson, city attorney, can correct me if I'm wrong. Otherwise, staff feels that by suspending the ordinance, there may be other mini storage and boat and RV proposals along Highway 25 and San Felipe Road to follow as the 3 that I just mentioned potentially. So thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
On that storage, San Felipe storage is set back. So what's the plans between the building and the street? What do you guys propose? I mean, what do we just leave it dirt?
So it's in the M1 light industrial zoning district, which allows any type of industrial uses to be placed there. In particular, closer to San Felipe Road, it would be a building. It would be an industrial building, and then at that point, we would require not only dedication but improvements of sidewalk, curb, and gutter all along San Felipe Road. We were able to work with them to have these mini storage and boat and RV towards the back, and we provided deferred improvement agreement. I think if it was going to be in the back, all you needed was access to the back, but not necessarily sidewalk, curb, and gutter in front. That would be at a later time when development occurs along the front.
So on 90 Fountain Road, is that all curved already?
I believe it is not. I believe it may be curved along Technology,
Yeah, I
possibly.
think so.
Yeah, because it's Technology Parkway, and Technology has a nice maybe.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah, and so, but I think along Spelling Road, it may not. As a condition of approval for anything that develops in that parcel, we would require sidewalk to the gutter as a requirement with any future development.
So how far is it between 25 and technology?
25 and technology, San Felipe would
Oh,
be the
San
closest,
Felipe, I'm
yeah.
sorry, yeah.
So, it is within 500 feet. I believe the whole parcel, or at least most of it, would be within the 500 foot buffer of San Felipe.
So it's like 350, 400.
Yeah.
Close, I mean, guessing.
Yeah, it would be, if not, all of it, it does front, one thing that Mr. Noble and the team have indicated is that it doesn't front San Felipe, front technology, and that is true.
Yeah.
But the ordinance does call out for the 500.
Have you seen any of the tentative plans of the building or?
I have.
And your input?
Personal input is that it looks good. And what I was told is that it is very similar, if not the same, as the one that the existing mini storage building that is located off of Highway 101 between the outlets and St. Louis Hospital. Currently built, and from the highway, it looks nice. And so, in looking at it, it would be in the M1 Light Industrial Zoning District. If there's gonna be a mini storage, that is the type of mini storage that we want within the district.
Yeah, I seen the pictures or the drawings also, and you can't even tell it's a storage building. I just couldn't remember whether it was curved on Fallon. I know it's on technology.
I think,
That's the only questions I have.
sure, and I think the applicant, the proponent is on as well. I think he'll know, but I think technology maybe, I don't think Fallon is improved at this point, but I think he would probably be able to answer that as well. Thank you.
Anyone else?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Abraham, I think, did you just say that there's some that have RVs and boats that are non-conforming? I think that's the first time I heard you mention that. Is that true?
That is true, Vice Mayor Resendez. Along Highway 25, if you were like coming in from San Jose, for example, and if you're coming into town, sometimes you pass Glen Road, Glen Road being where there's access to San Angel, you can take Glen Road and take all the way to San Felipe Street. Sometimes you pass that to the east along Highway 25, there's a section of RVs currently there, an outdoor storage. And so at this time, that would be considered non-conforming. And essentially, what that means is that it's been established there for a long time, and if at any point that use were to leave, like for example, they would remove all the RVs from there, legal code indicates that if that same use or a very similar use does not come back within 180 days, then after that, any new proposed uses would have to abide by today's standards, which would not allow, at this point, would not allow for outdoor storage on that particular non-conforming use. So yes, the statement is correct. There are some non-conforming uses at this time.
Thank you for explaining that. I think this is the first time I heard you say that, so that caught my attention. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Perez, for bringing this back. I do definitely think this is something that we should, that's worthy of reconsideration. I personally, my thoughts are that I would not want to suspend the ordinance altogether because I just think it's opening a whole can of worms and we don't want to head in that direction. So I would very much be in favor of making an exception for this one project. Of course, no boats or RVs. I think that, as mentioned earlier, I would like for the applicant to take into consideration the design and ensure that it complements the existing structures and zoning. And then just on a personal note, I really appreciate that you guys took the time to speak to the neighbors and gain support of the project. And again, I just really want to reiterate, I'm very much in favor of making an exception. I don't think that I would support, in fact, I know I would not support suspending the ordinance altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. So everyone knows, I just checked the maps as we were talking. Councilman Perez is correct. There's a curb along Technology, but there is no curb sidewalk on the other portion, Fallon. So, you know, I looked at these and I'm not opposed to storage in the area. Matter of fact, I think it really probably needs it for all the businesses that are out there. I think the key here is to make sure we're building a facility that does not look like these typical storage lockers, but more of the building type of a look where you can, it kind of looks like an industrial building, maybe a 2-story. I've spoke with the applicants on this and they kind of insinuate they like the idea too. But you see this a lot in San Jose, different areas where it looks more like a building and they have storage units within that building. They could have large storage units and the smaller ones in there. And I think that is probably a good way to make this thing work. I would not be in favor of having RVs and boats, those types of things, but I would be in favor of having a storage place. One thing I do want to point out to everyone is we're about to see a lot of things start happening in this area with industry coming in. So this is exciting all the way around, and it's going to be important to make sure we do have a more professional, pleasant look to this area. But I'm not opposed at all to a storage place that has a nice design to it and does not look like just a bunch of garages put together. So I think done right, we could support it. But I do also agree with Vice Mayor on the don't want to really suspend it, but we'll find a way to make an exception of that. And I think we could do that with a more of a building type of a look to it. And I think everybody would be happy with that, including the business owners in the area that I'm sure need more storage for their files and different things they have. Any other comments?
Mayor Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fano, I've heard the other council members in the mayor's expressions and concerns. We could absolutely prevent boats or trailers or vehicles from being stored out there with a conditional use permit.
Yeah, we can work with the city attorney to see what would be the proper mechanism. The actual building type would be a center architectural to improve the site. And my understanding is, just as you said, Councilmember Burns, that with the conditional use permit, there is the ability to provide exceptions. And so I would agree with you that that would be the route. I'll just confirm with the city attorney to make sure that that's the case.
Thank you. Mr. Epperson, I'm concerned about suspension of the ordinance as well as some of the other council members, vice mayor, and maybe the mayor as well. And I'm concerned about the message this may send. If I understood Mr. Fano correctly, that there are at least 3 other people that are making similar type inquiries. And Mr. Everson, my question or concern to you would be, this feels like a slippery slope to me. And by establishing or moving forward with the suspension of the ordinance, would that not potentially create some future legal challenges for us if those people were to come forward and say, me too? Thank you.
Well, Councilmember Burns, it certainly could create legal challenges in the future. However, anything we do or do not do is likely to create legal challenges in the future regardless. That's just the nature of the society we live in. However, if your question is directed more towards this and whether or not we could limit a conditional use permit to certain locations, we certainly can. That's no guarantee that someone won't want the same thing in the future and be upset if it's not granted to them, and take some action based on that. However, it is standard procedure for cities to make exceptions in certain areas and on certain occasions to their normal zoning, which this presumably, if the council wants to go forward with it, would be one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Everson. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you.
All right, is there any other questions or comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Hi, Jacobson.
Please for the next item.
Oh, he is?
Hello. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Ty, we're on the wrong item. I'm sorry. I'll call you in just a moment.
Oh, I was so excited. Thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Jason Noble. Jason?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for agendizing this matter this evening. First, I just want to say how much it saddens me in the chambers with you this evening. But I got to tell you, this is my first council meeting at home in t-shirt and shorts, and I kind of like it. As I mentioned at the meeting in December, I represent Ted Crocker of Crocker's Lockers, who'd like to develop a mini storage facility at the 4.2 acres at the corner of Technology and Fallon. Mini storage only, no boat, no RV storage. Through discovery of the provision within the 2008 ordinance preventing development in this location earlier last year, we had approached the council at that time, were advised an application could be submitted, but Mr. Crocker opted to wait until the new board was seated to revisit the subject. Today, we wish to explore the consideration of council in either suspending the ordinance or an exception in order for Mr. Crocker to make application. There are several overriding considerations for which we believe this should be an option. The lands in question front on Fallon Road, not San Felipe. While the distance is less than 500 feet to the property edge, there are mature trees located along the San Felipe Road setback, one lane of directional roadway traffic, a landscape median, another lane of directional roadway traffic, another row of mature trees and landscaping, and then a fence for the boundary of the property. Currently, if one travels along San Felipe in either direction, the trees are the most prominent thing you notice while passing. But if you were to look closely between the trees, the neighboring parcel to the northeast is visible. This includes a storage yard, also zoned M1 industrial, for a portable sanitation trailer yard. Upon completion of this project, there'll be additional landscaping in place between the second row of mature trees along the property boundary and before the exterior wall of Building E, which reminds me, I wish I was able to be there and show you. There's a full color set of prints that Mr. Crocker provided, and there were some artist renderings, which I'm happy to circulate to you at another time. I did send in pictures. I don't know if those are able to be put on the screen, but it really is a neat looking project. The property taxes from further development of the vacant land, economic benefits from construction, job creation for on-site employees, as well as needed storage as space within our community, all contribute for reasons to support this endeavor. The added benefit of people being able to use their garages to store vehicles and not personal property may also please the fire department officials. While actual approval for the site and architectural will lie with staff support and assistance and the planning commission approvals, this important first step with the council tonight will move things along to the next level with your support. Mr. Crocker should also be here on the Zoom call this evening. If you have any questions of him, I'd like to thank you for your time considering a decision here.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think, was there a consensus then from the council to go ahead and see if we can find an exception and maybe some of the concept drawings of what's going to be proposed? Is that what I heard from everyone?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that okay there, Abraham?
Yeah, that's okay with me, with that, Mr. Mayor, and from the council. We can take a proposal from Ms. Noble and his team, work with the city attorney to make sure that any potential exceptions can be made and then process that architectural and potentially a conditional use permit to the county commission if that's okay.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll move on to item G4.
Thank you, Mayor. Now if we could have Ty on, I'll have Ty from Malta give a quick little presentation and request for some support from the council. And their
Great.
should be on there.
Thank you. I couldn't hear all that preamble, but is that my introduction to say hello?
Yes.
That is.
Great. Well, thanks everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and thanks to the council for inviting me. And thanks also to Brett Miller for having a preliminary conversation about the project that we want to discuss today. Malta is a renewable energy technology company. We were incubated at Google X, and the concept for our technology has its origins with a Nobel laureate from Stanford who came up with the concept around what's called a Brayton cycle molten salt storage facility. And what that means is we store renewable energy in large volumes and enable that renewable energy to be redeployed when it's more useful. And so I think you're all familiar with the surge in availability and low cost for wind and solar in California. And increasingly that renewable energy is thrown away through a process called curtailment. And our job at Malta is to store that energy and make better utilization of it. We've recently submitted a proposal to the Joint CCAs group, which has an RFO that came out recently. There's our deck. Our RFO, the RFO that came out recently, soliciting what's called long duration energy storage. So today, one thing that people do to store renewable energy is you store it in lithium-ion batteries, which is the same chemical stuff you see in your cell phones, but just huge crates of it that helps you store the energy for 2 to 4 hours. Increasingly, what you need to be able to do is store energy not just for a few hours, but for a day or a few days. And that is a technology domain called long duration energy storage, or LDES. And the joint CCAs, of which CCCE is a member, had an RFO. We submitted an application for it, and we are hoping to get a positive decision from the joint CCAs to be shortlisted for our project in early March. The project that we are proposing and that we've proposed is on the Granite Rock territory illustrated here. And I don't think you can see my little cursor, but you can see that little yellow square that says project site. And you can also see the green line, which is the wastewater treatment plant. What we are proposing to do is build the renewable energy storage facility, which consists of turbines and a big tank of salt, and operate the facility there, and then use some of the waste heat from the operation of that facility to supply a couple different thermal loads, one of which would be the wastewater treatment plant. We've had a number of conversations with Veolia, which is currently the contractor operating the facility. And Veolia has a number of interesting ideas for how they could use the waste heat coming off of the Malta system to improve the operations and environmental footprint of the wastewater treatment plant. And specifically, what we'd be looking to do is use our heat to accelerate and increase the drying of the solids, which would allow us to perhaps shrink the footprint of the facility in terms of the ponds that are needed, reduce the land use, but also support the introduction of a digestion system at the plant, which we understand has been contemplated for a while, but it hasn't been economic or otherwise in the cards for different reasons. And if you have a low cost and particularly green heat like we'd be providing, that would facilitate a lower cost and greener version of a treatment facility. Maybe most exciting, what we would also be able to do would be to use the heat from our system, which is about 100 degrees centigrade heat, and we would use it to dry the solids coming out of the system. So if you don't dry the solids coming out of a wastewater treatment facility, then you have challenges in terms of where do you dispose it. There's increasing problems with disposing that content into landfill. If you can dry it to a point where it's, say, 85% dry, then you can use it as a fertilizer. And if you dry it even more, you can use it as a residential grade fertilizer, which has an even higher value. So instead of dumping it in a landfill, you can actually create a commercial product which supports local agriculture. And you're doing this entirely using the green heat that comes out of our system. And just to clarify what that means with this green heat is we'll be charging our system and heating up our salt tanks using wind and solar energy. And when we discharge the energy, the turbines that convert that heat back into electricity, there's energy wasted, quote unquote wasted, and convert it into that heat, which we take off of the turbine as it's generating electricity back into the grid. The heat that we would generate would be more than is required for the wastewater treatment facility. And so we're looking at other potential applications for the heat as well. The land that we are proposing to use is owned by Granite Rock, which is a local industrial partner. I think they're like 100 years old. They're a good corporate citizen, and they're looking for ways to improve the environmental footprint of their own operations. And one of the things that we are contemplating is what we believe might be one of the first in the world asphalt decarbonization efforts. And so we would use this heat that is derived from wind and solar to support the production of some of the asphalt that is done locally, and we would be heating and drying and otherwise processing this content, which is needed for local road construction and blacktop construction. Another local application that we're contemplating is you can see just south of the site, it's agricultural land, and we're contemplating applications including agricultural product drying and possibly greenhouse applications, which would support the development of additional agricultural functions and jobs in the local territory. As some of you may know, when you produce agricultural products in greenhouses, you have a substantially lower water consumption. And so these are some of the applications we're looking for. We are still in the early stages of this project development. Our project development partners, Mint, who are on the call with us today, have brought us into this project, and they've brought us together with Granite Rock and the city and Veolia. And the intention is that we would be shortlisted by the joint CCAs in early March. And per the construct of the RFO, that would bring us to a contract for a power purchase agreement of sorts with the joint CCAs in June. And then we would continue the project development process and hopefully turn on our facility in 2025, probably. So that's the plan we have. And the specific ask that we are making to the council this evening is for a non-binding, non-committal letter of support for the project that could be shared with the joint CCAs. And the intention here is to express interest in the potential for the development of the project for the benefit of not just the wastewater treatment facility, but potentially also for these other local applications. And our request is that that letter be shared with the joint CCAs, as well as with the head of the CCCE, which is your local CCA, with the expressed goal of letting them know that there is local support for the project. So this is, like the last couple items on the agenda, it's a storage project, but ours is a little bit different because ours is going to be a couple $100 million project and would create quite a few jobs for the year or two when it's under construction. And it would help reduce the footprint, the carbon footprint of the city and the surrounding area substantially through both enabling more efficient use of the California renewables that we would be charging with, and enabling the offset of natural gas, which is used to produce the asphalt and some of the other products that might be used either in the wastewater treatment facility or other local applications that would be developed at this thermal park. So again, we're requesting consideration of the letter. We've provided this slide deck as well as part of our presentation. There's a couple more slides here, but maybe I'll pause and see if there's any questions from the council.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? I guess I do have I'll have a couple questions for you. So
Great.
The heat that you would be providing, would that be at a cost to us, or how would that work?
Yeah, it would be at some cost, and it would be at some discount to the cost of what your alternative source of heat would be. Likewise, what we're proposing to the CCAs is storage that allows for a lower cost of operation for storing and redistributing the energy. So the idea is very much that it would be a beneficial economic arrangement for the city, And we will be working with Veolia to figure out exactly how that falls and where the value accrues, whether it's in, the land usage or the waste disposal, or, the commercial value of the product, et cetera.
The other question I would have for you, would the project end up being something that we would annex into the city? Project site?
That's a great question. I do not know that we've had that discussion. And I would probably be stepping outside the bounds of our relationship with Granite Rock if I had an opinion to
Right.
express.
I know it's early in the conversation, but it's a very important part for us to make all these things work for everyone. So
yeah, I love Hollister, so that's fine with me, but I don't know.
Interesting project. Like to hear more about it, especially how much the cost would be and how it would offset some of our current costs and the potential for the fertilizers. It is something we've talked about in the past. So thank you for that. Any other questions from council?
I guess I do. Thank you. This is interesting. Like, I've never heard of anything like this. So you did talk about some of the positive impacts. Are there any negative potential impacts? And if so, what are those?
Well, oftentimes people would say that what would the land be used for alternatively? And actually, that's you could say that we're going to be disturbing the land where we're putting this site, but actually the site that we're using is currently permitted for mining effectively, where Granite Rock would be digging it up and taking the minerals away. So there's a land use value, but we actually think it's an upgrade to put a renewable energy facility there instead of mining it. Let's see, other negatives. Well, it would create jobs for a while, and there might be some additional traffic over on that access road. But I think that access road goes straight into a decent thoroughfare that can handle that. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what else would be a negative for this.
I got a question.
Yeah.
How far in is that suggested site from the river?
Yeah, it's I don't know the specific distance, and maybe John Gagliotti from Mint can comment on that if he's available on the call right now. But it's well set back from the flood line, and so it's been determined that it's not a risk from a permitting perspective. We have recently started a more detailed permit analysis and assessment of the property that would give us the documentation necessary to answer those questions. And what we're looking for before we really unleash a full engineering assessment for the site is getting shortlisted so that we can have direct negotiations with the CCA. And that's really where we can start spending our money to provide the technical analyses that would provide the specific answers.
Awesome. It sounds like a very interesting early stages also, but it's
yeah, it is. It's pretty exciting, and the idea of using not just renewable energy, but using the heat as part of a carbon processing cycle is something that's important for us. I don't know whether or not it would work for this site, but ideally what we do is we'd be able to enable digestion operations and then take not just the solids, but the CO2 from the wastewater treatment facility, and then put the CO2 from that into a local greenhouse operation. And that's interesting because then you're sequestering the wastewater treatment CO2 into the food that goes back into the organic carbon cycle. So there's a lot of options here, and what we're requesting today is a letter of support that allows us to really get into the weeds with the city staff and with the Veolia experts. And something that's a nice additional benefit here is Veolia is really excited about this, and they've referenced that there's sites all over the world where we could be rolling this out, and it'd be kind of neat to have a first site like this demonstrated in Hollister.
Okay, well, it is very interesting. I'm sure we all agree with that. Obviously, there's more information, more details we all need to know. Is there any speaker cards in this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? John Gagliardi?
Well, I'm actually with Mint and I was the development partner. I just wanted my mic unmuted in case there was any questions that needed to be answered.
Okay.
So I think,
No speakers, Mr. Mayor.
I guess, city manager, do you have any comments on anything about this or your direction? Do you feel we could lend support to this point, but obviously where's more information we need, as I pointed out, will this land be annexed into the city? Some of the other details about the cost to provide the heat and so on.
Right. My comment is more, it's very exciting. I think this is very early on in the stage, and all they're asking is a non-binding letter of support to negotiate in the future. And I think that's fairly reasonable and an easy request to maybe have, like they said, the first of its time in this area, and which is potentially a very green project, and that would be very good for this community.
All right. So is there a consensus from the council for a non-binding support letter at this point?
Great.
Agree.
Agree.
Yes.
Okay, I think there's a consensus there for you guys, and looking forward to hearing more on this project.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you all
Councilman
very
Mayor.
much. Yeah, thank you all very much. We're really excited about this. I'll also say there may be additional development and contracting opportunities after this CCA, so you can expect to see us come knocking on your door one way or another, whether it's on this particular RFO or on a follow-on with the CCCE.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening again. Abraham Cotto, Development Services, Planning Manager, Interim Director. At the regular meeting of December 21st, 2020, the City Council requested that an item be brought to the next regular City Council meeting of tonight, January 19, regarding the impact fees for the development known as Twin Oaks. The Twin Oaks development consists of a subdivision of 24.4 total acres into 170 single-family residential lots and a community center within the development as well. The Twin Oaks development was originally approved in July 16, 2009, a little bit over 11 years ago. And the performance agreement between the City of Hollister and the developer was actually approved by the City Council on February 19, 2008, a few months prior to the tentative map actually being approved. And since then, it has been subsequently amended over time. The transmittal provided to you in your packets includes a really detailed response with about 11 or so attachments indicating all of the work that has been going on in regards to the impact fees for the project site. But really briefly, just kind of want to go over some of the comments and concerns from the developer, Mr. Marty Newman, if that's okay. Regarding the impact fees, for section 5A of the performance agreement entered between the City of Hollister and the developer should be responsible to pay all applicable impact fees to the City of Hollister. And the performance agreement clearly indicates that a reduction on impact fees would be given for City Hall, police, sewer treatment, sewer collection, and traffic impact fees. The first four based on an assumption of 1.67 occupants per unit, and the traffic as 39% of the traffic impact fee when the development will occur. In this case, our actual impact fees today. And I have included the impact fees, I think it was attachment number 4. All other impact fees, including water, storm drainage, park, library facilities, fire department, and jail, were not included within the impact fee reduction that was agreed upon with the performance agreement. The developer, Mr. Miller, asked the council to consider his impact fees as multifamily, 1 bedroom or less, which the city impact fee study calculates as 1.51 residents per dwelling unit. Mr. Marty Miller is asking for this reduction in impact fees due to the cells at Twin Oaks running at a 1.53 household density, and that's per Mr. Marty Miller. In response, staff would like to indicate that the homes that are being built are actually single-family homes of 2 bedrooms mostly. My understanding is that some of them, very minor, but some of them are actually going to be 3 bedrooms, which is why the single-family home impact fee is being applied. The transmittal provided to you quotes section 3A of the performance agreement, which indicates that, quote, at least 1 occupant of each unit shall be 55 years of age or older. As a point of clarification, staff would like to indicate that the developer, Mr. Miller, indicated that the Twin Oaks development does have codes, covenants, and restrictions, otherwise known as CC&Rs, that are regulated not by the city, but by its own development. And it indicates as one of the sections that all members of each household shall have a minimum age of 55 years of age, with the exception of a spouse or a significant other, a caregiver, or a child who may have disabilities. The CC&Rs do not restrict the number of persons per household to an average of 1.51. And although the city appreciates the developer, Mr. Miller, providing the information of the number of people per household that are moving into this development, this does not necessarily mean that future cells can't bring up the density of up to 3 residents per dwelling unit or higher, as long as the performance agreement and the CC&Rs are being met. So just wanted to make sure that we brought up that point of clarification. Another comment brought forward by the developer, Mr. Miller, is that the development storm drain system is designed not to impact the city storm drain in a significant way and should therefore receive a reduced storm drain impact fee. In response, kindly, staff indicates, we discussed it a little bit earlier on the other development. Although the city is within the Regional Water Quality Control Board Central Coast section that really indicates that storm water management shall be treated on site as even as pre-development levels, there is a potential that there could be an overflow, and so impact fees are required to make sure that we have infrastructure in place to be able to capture that. And so therefore, the city does have that impact fee for storm drain as single family for this project. Another comment brought forth by the developer, Mr. Miller, is in respect to the park impact fees. Developer Mr. Miller indicates that Twin Oaks is constructing a 4,700 square foot community center with amenities for the residents of Twin Oaks and should therefore receive a reduced park impact fee. Briefly in response to that, it's great to know that there's actually going to be on-site amenities and a recreation building for the residents of the development. We're very happy to hear that. It is going to be a private development though. And so, as you know, the city of Hollister just recently adopted a parks facility master plan, which indicates that we really should have 5 acres of parkland for every 1,000 residents. Currently, the same master plan indicates that we currently are at 2.3 acres for every 1,000 residents in the city of Hollister. And so therefore, one of the recommendations from the Parks Facility Master Plan was also to create more park space. There is a potential for a park to be developed right behind Fire Station number 2 on Union and Valley View, and that is in really close proximity to the Twin Oaks development. And so by implementing the impact fees, there is, those are the fees that we can use for potentially developing this park for residents of this site, even though they're going to be able to use the private community facilities there on Twin Oaks. They're going to be able to also use the facilities, the park facilities in the community as well, including with their children or grandchildren to be able to use it. So that is why we have applied the City of Hollister's single-family home impact fees for this facility. And so, in conclusion, the The staff report, Transmittal has all the details. If you have any questions, be happy to answer, but just in conclusion, the city of Hollister values its partnership with Mr. Marty Miller and the Twin Oaks team. We worked together with the city of Hollister since the inception of the project. You know, it was a whole different staff at that time, and you know, it's a whole different staff now in the majority. But we value our partnership with Mr. Marty Miller. The transmittal attached in your package was meant to address the comments from the Twin Oaks developer. This time, staff would like to receive direction from the city council as to whether the council would like the impact fees to be modified per the developer's request or stay as is per the approved performance agreement. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council?
I have one.
Go ahead, Councilmember Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor Velazquez. Abraham, how many residents are going to be in Twin Oaks after this is all said and done? How many single-family homes?
It's the project was approved for 170 single-family homes, Councilmember Spencer.
And what is the impact fee for parks per unit?
I have attached it on attachment 4. I think it's a little bit over 13,000 per unit for single-family homes.
So we're gonna charge a 55 and older community an extra 13,700 per unit. There's 170 units. That's an extra, what, $2 million for a possible, maybe having their grandkids come over and play in a park that these people will not. I mean, I understand that we have to pay for parks and I understand the impact fees and everything else, but I think on projects like this, where it is a retirement community, we should visit the possibility of not suspending, but lowering some of these fees. Because when we do these impact fees on these single family homes, it is transferred to the person who buys the home. And these homes are getting very, very expensive. I mean, it's my opinion, but I honestly think that we should revisit these impact fees against Twin Oaks and really look at if we're doing the right thing by charging this kind of money to this type of community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council?
If I can, Mr. Mayor.
Did I hear Mr. Burns first?
I'll defer to the viceman.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mr. Prado, so 170 units, did I hear you correctly?
That's correct, Mr.
And
Francis.
what is their current number of units sold?
I don't have that information. I believe the applicant is here and he should be able to answer that. I know that they are well on their way and improving vertical there. They have actually, they have model homes and they have actually constructed a few of their homes as well.
Okay. And just confirm for me, these fees, they were agreed to early on in the process, correct?
For a performance agreement, that is correct. They were, performance agreement was entered in between the developer and the city of Hollister at previous city council meetings. I think originally it was February of 2008. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Prado.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Abraham, thank you. So is there anything that restricts children from residing in these homes as of today?
My understanding, Vice Mayor Resendez, is that our performance agreement, City of Hollister performance agreement indicates that as long as there's one member of each household that's 55 and over, the unit can be sold. However, Mr. Miller, the developer, actually, in talking with him, he indicated he was going to provide additional information. And so one of his partners, Amy, provided copies of the code covenants and restrictions, and the code covenant and restriction that they actually have for the development actually indicate that all members should be 55 and over, with the exception of the spouse, significant or significant other, the caregiver, or a child who may be disabled. Everybody else should be 55 or over.
Okay, that's good to know. Did he get any impact fees reduced at all?
He did, Vice Mayor, Resendez, the impact fees that were reduced are the City Hall, City Yard, that's one. Two is the police. 3, sewer treatment. 4, sewer collection. And these were at an assumption of 1.67 occupants per unit. And then traffic impact fees were reduced at 39% of the traffic impact fee.
Okay, and I'm just assuming that since it's already been built, he agreed to these reductions and to the agreed upon park impact fees at the time?
So the agreement, the performance agreement indicated these reductions, and there was no other discussion on any other impact fee reduction at that time. That's my understanding of it.
Okay, yeah, I am gonna say that I probably am not gonna support it. I'm concerned that it's gonna set a precedent. I personally think that our impact fees are probably not as comparable to surrounding communities as is. I like that you guys pointed out, the applicant provided that right now, as of today, it's 1.53 household density on average, but there's nothing to prevent that from going up in the future. Is that correct, Mr. Prado?
So that is correct. There is, in my understanding is that the CCNRs won't have anything specific that limits it to 1.51. Mr. Miller has indicated that upon his opportunity to speak, he will indicate how there is research that indicates that density for special needs developments such as senior housing should be at a lower rate than regular. But that is correct, that there is nothing specifically, to my knowledge, staff knowledge, that puts a restriction to 1.51 average household.
And I appreciate that. I really do, but I'm looking at if there's any clause that actually can prevent it, and the answer is no, there's not. So potentially it could change in the future, is what you're saying.
Correct. My understanding is that there, even though there's the tendency, the report that he provided indicate that there could be a potential average of 1.5 or less than 2. My understanding is that there is nothing that restricts single family homes to have 3 or more members within the, as long as they meet the requirements of the CCNRs for development.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Prado.
You're welcome.
So I had the opportunity to go out there and visit this site, and it's beautiful. It's great. It's really awesome service that it's providing for the elderly with retired. Great. I don't think it's fair for us to go back and ask for higher fees. We agreed with something. He agreed with something, and I'm kind of old school like that. I say that's kind of what we have to go with. I know that Marty's also helped out with other projects, and from my understanding, we have a great relationship, working relationship. I just know that this is something that should have been addressed at the time of a long time ago, at that concession. So that's all.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, did somebody else have a comment?
Yes, sir, this is Ken Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Mr. Prado,
Yes.
can I get clarification? Is that, are we asking for more money, or is Mr. Miller asking for less in impact fees?
Thank you, Councilmember Temperance. My understanding of Mr. Marty Miller's request is that the impact fee that he is to pay to the city of Hollister be changed from the single family category, which is the highest one that the city has, and that's that's what he's being charged because they're single family homes that he's proposing, to as if he were to be developing multi-families, which is apartments with 1 bedroom or less. And so that's a category that he would like to request to be at.
Thank you. And just for my clarification, those are, that is what the, Mr. Miller and his group agreed to at the point that this process went forward. Is that correct?
My understanding is that during the performance agreement, what was agreed upon was the reduction of impact fees as indicated. No other reduction of impact fees were addressed. And just to clarify, I was going to researching how or why the council just decided on these. And maybe Mr. Miller can also expand on that when he has the ability to speak. So going to research, going to research, going to the report, I did find, and I attached it within the packet. Attachment number 3 has the minutes of the July 9th, 2007 Special City Council meeting. And during that time, as I'm reading through it, they discussed affordable housing on the site and impact fees. They didn't go into detail, but in doing the research, I understand that they had the requirement at first to have 68 of the 170 units to be affordable housing at one point. And so then that was changed to provide for 50,000 units, $50,000 for each of the affordable housing units. So that would be 50,000 times 68 in lieu fee instead of providing the 68 affordable housing. So 68 times 50,000, that's 3.4 million. And later the city council worked out a deal with them to essentially just allow for $1 million for the developer to provide $1 million for the affordable housing and be out of that. And so that was the affordability aspect of it. In regards to the special meeting that occurred before the performance agreement was agreed upon, it talks about discussion on impact fees. About 7 months later, the performance agreement was adopted, and it only includes the reduction of fees as mentioned, none further.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler, for your research and clarification.
You're very welcome, Councilmember.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted a couple of comments. I understand everyone wants to save some money, but I can remember when I first came on with the city, the issues we had with our parks because we weren't collecting very much money in impact fees, and we were way behind in the acres that we needed for our park system. You know, the parks really make a city, and if you don't have that outlet for your community to go enjoy, you're going to start to feel like you're just trapped in this place where it's concrete and paved roads everywhere. I think we've done a good job over the last few years to bump it up. I don't think we're where we should be yet. An example of that is Los Baños at 7 acres per 1,000. We're only at 5 acres, which is much better than the 3 we were several years back. But we're making progress. But these funds are critically important if we really want to have the park system eventually where it interconnects the entire city, and our residents can use those, like, for example, the river trail that's being built now and some of the other features coming up. So these are all important things. You know, the reality is, even if we lower the impact fees, the buyers would not see that. The only person seeing the difference is going to be the developer with the savings. And I know it's hard for them too. I get that. But we really have to work hard on the improvements of our community. And we all know a park is incredibly expensive to build. So I don't think going back is a good idea here. I think we just move forward. These were agreed upon already. And I think it's just the best thing for our community. And I personally am not willing to go back and lower the dollar amount for these fees. All right, is there any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Currently on Zoom, I have 2 Jeff Millers logged in. Could the one that's Marty Miller speak first, please? This is why we ask you not to share a Zoom link. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. There are 4 impact fees that are in question here: park, storm drain, library, and sewer reimbursement. This is a big issue for Twin Oaks because the overcharges amount to more than $1.6 million for the project. In our performance agreement, the council established an occupancy density of 1.67 occupants per home for our project, and they enumerated the impact fees, which should be a function of occupancy density. There were no library fees or sewer reimbursement fees in 2008. We presented the data from the Census Bureau supporting lower density, and we also pointed out that other communities similar to ours were seeing similar densities to what we were proposing, and the council agreed with it. I do not know why park and storm drain were not included in the list, but it's not relevant because the 2019 development impact fee study commissioned and approved by the City Council clearly states that both fees should be based on occupancy density. The city's July 2020 fee schedule adjusts impact fees based on occupancy density in exact accordance with the impact fee study. Library fees are also adjusted based on occupancy density. Sewer reimbursement fees were not published. However, the performance agreement supports a reduction for sewer fees. The study also indicates that the multifamily 1-bedroom or less land use schedule is the appropriate one to use for adjusting the 4 disputed impact fees. Twin Oaks has been selling homes since February 2020. We currently have 21 buyers. The actual density of those sales is roughly 1.53 occupants per home. We also have more than 2,500 potential buyers who registered on our website. And as far as we can tell, they are all either couples or singles. The staff report contends that household density will eventually rise to 3.53 occupants per home. However, the staff report offers no actual supporting evidence or data, nor does it explain why the 1.67 density approved by the council is no longer valid. We provided substantial support for fee reductions, based on the performance agreement, the impact fee study, national statistics, actual sales, and we also have some data from other developments like ours that are fully built out and experiencing this kind of lower impact density. My daughter will next provide additional support based on state and federal regulations. We are respectfully requesting the council approve the fee reductions. We also ask that the council approve a credit towards future fees for overcharges we've already paid under protest. I appreciate you considering this request. I would also note that the Mitigation Fee Act is in state code, and it does require that the fees have to be proportional with the impact that the community is having on the city's infrastructure and services. And we believe the impacts of our community are absolutely minimal and deserve these lower fees.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Amy Miller?
This is Amy Miller. Can you hear me okay?
You can, go ahead.
The actual occupancy density at Twin Oaks is currently 1.53 residents per dwelling. As a senior community, Twin Oaks is subject to age and occupancy restrictions imposed by both California and federal regulations. Each individual living at Twin Oaks must qualify under the age and occupancy requirements of California and federal law. A qualified resident is defined quite simply by the code as a person who is 55 years or older. As Mr. Prater mentioned, there are 3 limited exceptions to that rule, which include a spouse, a disabled child, no other children under 55, and a full-time caregiver. It is not the case that a multi-generational family can move to Twin Oaks just because one of the family members is 55. Each individual must qualify separately. These age and occupancy restrictions are restated in the CC&Rs. The CCNRs also prevent owners from renting out rooms and require that the homes be used as a residence for a single family and for no other purpose. All of these restrictions limit the number of people who can live in a single home at Twin Oaks, regardless of the number of bedrooms it has. Under these restrictions, it is highly unlikely that we will ever achieve an occupancy density anywhere close to 3.53. Earlier studies completed by Twin Oaks and the American Housing Survey all support a much lower density for senior communities. Actual sales data to date confirms the trend, and other communities such as the Vineyards in Brentwood have similar densities to what we are seeing at Twin Oaks. The city's impact fee update study states that the fee imposed should be based on the land use type that most closely represents the probable occupancy density of the development. For Twin Oaks, this is multifamily, 1 bedroom or less. By law, impact fees must be reasonably related to the burden posed by the development, and the impact fee update study confirms that the occupancy density is the proper method of calculation. The performance agreement between Twin Oaks and the city states that Twin Oaks is entitled to a density of 1.67. Changing that now to 3.53 for new fees would result in an inconsistent application of known facts regarding the occupancy density of Twin Oaks. The fact is that the actual density is 1.53, and the possibility of an increase anywhere near 3.53 is incredibly remote due to the state and federal age and occupancy restrictions. My brother Jeff will now talk about some specific fees that should be reduced based on this lower occupancy density and the reduced burden this project places on city services.
Thank you, Amy.
Hello, this is Jeff Miller. Can you hear me?
We can, please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. Twin Oaks will offer more to seniors than the city parks. The only exception might be ball fields. However, seniors are likely to have osteoporosis with knee or back or hip problems. Many cannot safely engage in high-impact sports like baseball and soccer. Heavy users of the city parks tend to be younger adults and children, not seniors. The most common exercise for seniors is walking. Twin Oaks is a gated community on 25 acres of land and very walkable. In fact, because our gates are not yet installed, residents from neighboring communities walk through our community every single day. Twin Oaks will have everything seniors could want to stay active. In addition to a walkable community, Twin Oaks has a heated swimming pool for laps, resistance walking, and more. There will be bocce ball and pickleball courts, which are very popular with seniors. There will be a 4,700 square foot community center with a fully equipped exercise gym and a movement studio for yoga, dancing, and Tai Chi. The community center will have a demonstration kitchen for cooking classes, a concierge to arrange travel plans, and staff to plan regular activities. For example, during warmer months, we'll have Friday evening barbecues with live music. Twin Oaks is designed to provide many recreational opportunities and make it easy for seniors to establish new friendships and build strong social support networks. The community center will have large areas for socializing, both indoors and out. Last week, we took an informal poll of our current residents. None of them are currently using the city's parks, and none plan to. Based on state's Mitigation Fee Act, the city cannot impose a fee on a project that exceeds the cost of providing the service or facility for which the fee is imposed, and the fee must be reasonably related to the burden posed by the new development. Twin Oaks residents will not be using city park system. Twin Oaks does not pose any burden on the city's parks facilities and should not be charged more than a minimal impact fee. And because we constructed a major storm retention system to a 100-year flood standard to keep stormwater on site, similar reasoning applies to our storm drain fees. Library fees and sewer reimbursement fees are clearly related to occupancy density and should also be reduced appropriately. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
More speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Is there a consensus not to move this forward or to bring this back?
I
Council.
say bring it back.
I say we do not move it forward.
Okay, so let's see if we can get a hand raise of not bringing it forward. I'm not in favor of bringing it forward. Okay, so the consensus is to not bring it forward. Thank you very much. We'll move now to item G6. The planning commissioners, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the planning commission, we have 5 members, of which there are potentially 4 vacancies due to
I'm sorry, I know there was a mix up on some of it. So 6 is for the park commissioners or for the planning commission?
it should be the planning commission. So what the mix up was, is for some reason on our agenda porthole, it skipped 5 and went from, it skipped 6 and went from 5. It just eliminated the planning commission off of there. You can get it if you go in through our LaserQ system, but for some reason, our packet, when we published it to the public, it eliminated this item altogether. I have a support ticket in with Granicus, but it's happened to us once before, so we just need to be more diligent on checking in the future that if it's missing, we don't publish it. So there, for the Planning Advisory Commission, there are 5 members to that commission. For, I say potential vacancies because Roxanne Stevens is your mayoral appointment for that commission, and she has reapplied. David Huboy for District 4, his term is up in December of 2020, and he has reapplied. And Kevin Henderson, the D1, term ended December 2020, and he has reapplied. However, you have the choices of the applications received, which were Roxanne Stevens, Kevin Henderson, David Huboy, Brian DeCarly, Bruce McConnell, and then the additional 2 that we received, which were Sal Mora and Jaime Delacruz.
Okay, so we're dealing with districts 1, 2, and 4.
And district, it's the mayoral,
Right.
District 1, District 4, and then District 2 was vacant.
Okay. I'm good with my application, and each council. Yes, so everyone can, make what they want, their choices.
So little confusion there. So I just recently received Jaime Delacruz's. I didn't have any other applicants besides Kevin Henderson, which I understand is been doing a great job. So I have to make a choice like right now. I just got the application, what was it, a couple hours ago?
Correct. Which was, I think we got it just within the last day or 2. I think we got some late last week and then early this week. Your choice, it would be council's decision to appoint tonight. Maybe those who want to appoint tonight. Maybe you can decide to appoint at the next council meeting in February. You could request that we advertise again, request more applicants. You have choices.
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask that this matter be continued to the first regular council meeting in February. I also received a late notification of a party of interest, and I am absolutely not prepared to make that decision tonight. I would like some time to review them all And in all sincerity and frankness, when I come to a conclusion, I want to reach out to that individual privately to make sure, number one, that they're still interested. And I also want to reach out to those that have chosen not to select. I believe I have a professional responsibility and professional courtesy that I would like to extend to them. So I would prefer not to make a decision tonight. Thank you.
That's perfectly fine. It's up to you guys, it's your choices. So whatever you want to do, want to put it to the following meeting, we can do that.
I have a question for Christine. Thank you. You said that some of the terms were up in December 2020. What does that do to the Planning Commission if we're going to wait till February and some of the terms are up?
Currently, the bylaws read that the appointed council member, or the appointed commissioner remains seated until a new replacement has been selected. However, that's not always a possible case. For instance, I know for a fact that for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, Lance Ballard was not able to continue longer than December 2020. So it just depends on the commissioner circumstance in which the commission we're talking about that may leave us without a quorum for the month of January.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I believe I heard, is that a consensus then to bring back the planning commissioners to the next meeting?
So were we just talking about the planning commission, or were we talking about all the commissions?
Each one's separate, so we would just be talking about the planning commissioner right now, unless you guys want to, we can go through each one separately and then decide.
Yeah, Mary, if I can interject, we do have a planning commission on January 28th. So we're trying to kind of, Abraham and myself trying to figure out, so do we still have planning commissioners for that meeting?
You would still have a commission as long as Roxanne Stevens, Kevin Henderson, and David C. Boyd would continue until further seated, until a new commissioner has been appointed.
Thank you.
Is that the consensus from everyone then?
To table this?
Yes.
Table this item until the following meeting?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll move to item 7, G7.
And G7 would be the Park and Recreation Commission. Again, you have 5 members to this commission, 3 potential vacancies. Don Quasonen, which is the mayoral appointment, term ended December 2020. Grisel Rios, District 1, which is Councilmember Perez, term ended December 2020. And Lance Ballard, District 4, term ended December 2020. Of those 3, 2 reapplied, Don Quasonen for the mayoral appointment and Grisel Rios for District 1. I had no applications for District 4.
Okay, any comments from those district members?
So District 1, results, I'd just like to congratulate her on her second term.
Okay.
Congratulations.
So you do want to go ahead and move forward with that one. I'll move forward with my applicant. And Mr. Burns will still have to put notice out to try to see if others apply for his district, correct?
Unless you have someone you can have apply, I could try and re-advertise.
That would be my preference to re-advertise.
Okay, so are we good with that, everyone? Do we have consensus on that so far? And then we'll wait for Mr. Byrne to come back with his when it comes in.
Yes.
Would you like me to re-advertise for all the commissions?
I'm fine with Mike, Commissioner. I don't know if Mr. Perez is okay with his. It's up to you.
I'm fine with mine. The only thing I think that might be an advantage, because if you can't find anyone in District 4, we seem to have a shortage of people wanting to volunteer to help with our community. But if we have 3 people that want to help out in District 1 and no one in District 4, maybe this at least we get some more input and applications to pass on to District 1. That's the only thing I was thinking. I'm totally happy with this all.
Okay, so we'll reach out for District 4, Mr. Burns.
I would agree with what Councilmember Perez has said. I could absolutely look to another council district if I'm not successful in filling a position. But we will find some competent and interested people within the next few weeks.
Sounds good. All right, so there's a consensus on this.
For the Parks and Recreation, I am reappointing Don and reappointing Griselle, and then we're going to re-advertise for default, correct? Okay,
Correct. All right,
yeah, yeah.
Agreed.
good. We'll move on to item 9 now, the Youth Committee.
I think we skipped item 8, Mr. Mayor, for Airport Commission.
Oh, geez. Okay, 8, Airport Commission.
This one's a little bit more difficult. We have a 7-member commission, of which we have 5 vacancies. Fred Meyer for District 1 has not reapplied. The only application I have received is for District 2, which is currently filled until December 2022.
How long of a term is this?
It's concurrent with the council district. Currently, we do not have a quorum.
Okay, so we're
So
definitely.
how do we find people that are going to be interested? Should we advertise at the
I
airport?
could advertise for Parks and Rec and airport.
Can we send out flyers to people at the airport? And where do we, I'm not sure.
I
I'm just asking.
advertise in the newspaper, we push it out on social media, we place it on our website. We beg council members and community members to talk to friends, neighbors, ask them to apply. That's all we can.
Christine, when we advertise, if we haven't in the past, could we actually maybe advertise what some of the duties and responsibilities would be? Because I've had some conversations with some people in the community and they look at me and frankly, I'm not clear on what they do. So it's hard to articulate to them what their ask would be. So if there is some sense that we could clarify what the role of an airport commissioner is in a small airport like ours, that's very important. That may be helpful in getting not only people, but qualified people and the right people. I mean, I did see the one application that was submitted, and that person seemed exceptionally qualified. And I'm just envious that he doesn't live in District 4 and possibly can persuade him to move. But short of that, I think that there are people out there who are just missing the target.
And I hate to even say it, but this is the one commission that's 7 members, not 5 like the rest. So if it were 5, it would take less to make a quorum, just saying, just throwing that out there. I'm not exactly sure I've never attended an airport commission meeting other than to give an oath. Or really, I don't think I've ever attended a planning commission meeting. I could tell you what a council member does, but I could maybe ask for some help with what they do from the directors of those.
Yeah, we'll get something together. I think that's a very good idea.
So why do we have to have 7 for the airport commission?
I think, Brett, when we researched it, they wanted more representation.
Correct. So we can, we'll discuss it and then maybe we'll bring it back to the council to get it down to 5.
Okay.
So my direction is just to re-advertise and re-push this out and get descriptions to be included in the advertising. You got it.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm just curious, Christine, out of the commissioners that are currently there, do you have the 2 for the county appointed or filled?
Kind of. Yeah, so there are 2 county seats, but one is correspondent with the District 3 seat, and one is correspondent with the District 4. So District 3 is vacant, but I believe it was honor that appointed Mark Starrett for the county, or at least suggested it.
So I would suggest, just hearing that, like, okay, if we eliminating those two from the county and then maybe putting some type of language like we have 5 members and you may appoint from within the county. So you can appoint somebody from outside the city limits as well. Does that make sense? To have more representation, so to speak?
Yeah, we did the same thing for the Parking Commission. So, yeah, we have a word that we could put that in there.
Just so that we can have a smaller committee and then we can have more options.
Now there's a who came first, chicken or the egg, because you would need the commission to meet to change their bylaws.
Oh, yeah, that's a problem.
To bring it to the council to adopt it, so it's a circle, but yeah.
Yeah, we can probably work with the city attorney to come up with it.
Yeah, maybe Jason could look into if the city council can adopt something, changing that.
I'll look into that, and if it's appropriate, we'll bring it back to the council if that's the council's direction.
If not, it's always the egg first, okay? I saw a good meme on that one. All right, we're ready to move forward. Is that?
So item 9 is the youth advisory committee. This is probably going to be our easiest. It also is a 7-member, but it's a committee, not a commission. There are 6 vacancies, and I have 4 applications, and Alexander Johnson would like to remain on. He is still interested, which would then give us 5 of the 7, and they would have a quorum. They would not be able to meet January 28th, which would be their next scheduled meeting, only because it would be too short of a time span to get an agenda out for them for this month. So they would be able to meet in February if all 4 of them were appointed.
If I can, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I would suggest the same thing. If it appeases the council, let's reduce it from 7 to 5, just so that, we got to be flexible. And if they ever want to increase it again and they've got more interest, then let's do it.
Does that work for everyone?
So then I will all of these be appointed and then ask for on the February meeting to change their bylaws to reduce it from the 7 members to a 5. Correct?
Is that all right with everyone?
It is with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see consensus there. Yes. So we'll accept these applicants, everyone.
So who's the appointment?
The youth committee is not like that. It's not done by district because there usually is a pretty good interest in it, mainly because high school students are looking for something like this to put on their college application. So.
Well, congratulations to all of you.
That worked out. Okay, we have a consensus on that. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on now to the grand finale of assignments, and we'll get to the city council assignments. I went through all of your requests to try to place everybody where they wanted to go. Did most of those pretty well. So let me go through the list here. Are you ready, Christine?
Just 1 second.
So I can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So you're assigning committees now, and say Mr. Burns over here has committee left and I have committee right and I want to go to committee left. Are we able to interchange?
Yeah, I took what you guys gave me and then I try to work with that. And if you guys aren't comfortable with something, please say it because it's important. These assignments, they do require time. And every year we try to change them around a bit here and there. Some of them have more of a longer term commitment, but the goal is to get everybody on all the committees throughout their terms. Rotation here. Does that help? Okay. Just let me know when you're ready, Christine.
Almost, give me just 1 second. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. All right, we'll start with COG. That was, I will be on that, continue to be there, and the Vice Mayor will be on there for COG. LAFCO is a 4-year term, so I would continue on to that. And Councilmember Burns could be the alternative on LAFCO. If you see me miss something, please tell me, Christine. Intergovernmental, I would continue on that. Vice Mayor Resendez, continue, and Mr. Perez as the alternate. The Fire Committee, I'd like to appoint Mr. Burns on that committee, and I will join him on that committee. And Mr. Perez is the alternate. For AMBAG, Mr. Perez for the member, and Ms. Spencer for the alternate. For the Governance Committee, Mr. Burns and Mr. Perez, and Councilmember Spencer as the alternate. The Water Resource Association, Councilmember Burns and Mr. Perez as the alternate. The Pajaro River Flood Prevention, Councilmember Spencer and Mr. Burns as the alternate. The San Benito County Integrated Waste Management, Councilmember Spencer and Councilmember Perez as the alternate. Christine, the Monterey Bay Resource District.
Yes.
I wasn't clear on who we had on that one right at this point.
Currently, it was Councilmember Spencer and Councilmember Lenore. And this is, yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's different from the Water Resource Association, which is the San Benito County.
If you're talking about Monterey Bay Air Resource District, it was a 2-year seat and San Benito County is not on it. This time it's Santa Cruz County.
Oh, okay. That's why I was curious on what was going on there. All right, thank you.
Can I double check that, Councilmember Spencer, because I believe, I'm not sure if it's this one, it may be this one, where they wanted representation from us in a non-voting.
Councilman Spencer, would you want to remain on that?
Yeah, if I can.
Yeah. If that's the case,
I
please.
will double check that to be sure.
I'm pretty sure because I said goodbye to all of them in December at my last meeting because Santa Cruz was taking over.
It may have been 3CE then that they wanted, so I'm sorry, I might be out of turn.
If you can find that out, that'd be great.
Got it.
The successor agency, the RDA revolving loan fund. Councilmember Burns and Councilmember Resendez or Vice Mayor Resendez for the alternate. The Oversight Committee for the former redevelopment agency, Councilmember Burns and Councilmember Spencer as the alternate. Senior Advisory, Councilmember Perez and Councilmember Spencer as the alternate.
I'm sorry, I did speak out of turn. So on this one, it is the Central Coast 3CE that has the City of Hollister as the policy board, San Juan Bautista as the operations board, and they're the ones that have no voting power. And I believe it's a 2-year term, which was John Freeman prior. So now it, as the voting, as a policy board member, they're still going to want someone, I think, from San Juan to be on the operations board. And then in 2 years, it'll switch the other way, if that makes any sense.
So it's our turn to be on there. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, there's voting members on the policy. So they have two boards. They have a policy board and an operations board. The policy board votes. The operations board does not, but they're still involved in the operations board meeting.
I believe the policy is the council member, operation of the city manager.
Oh, is that it? No, she didn't tell me that. And it just switches each year. So next year it would be San Juan that has the policy board.
Okay, so.
It's just lost every year.
Yeah.
Right. So this year it's our council that is on there.
Yes.
So I want to appoint Councilmember Spencer to that. And
Alternate.
that's correct, right?
Do we have an alternate for her on
I'm sorry?
that? An alternate for her on that one?
Councilmember Perez,
Thank you.
Spencer and Perez. The General Plan Committee was already appointed through that. And then the Economic Development Committee would be Councilmember Burns and Councilmember Spencer. Then the department liaisons. Administrative Services, Vice Mayor Resendez. City Clerk, Vice Mayor Resendez. Community Services, Councilmember Spencer. Development Services, Mr. Burns. Fire, Mr. Burns. Informational Services, Councilmember Spencer. Police, Councilmember Burns. And Recreation, Councilmember Perez. Did I miss any of them?
Airport.
Which one?
Airport.
Airport, isn't that with the Administrative Services with the Councilmember Resendez?
It used to be with Management Services.
That will be the airport, so it's separate. Councilmember Spencer? For the airport?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, have I missed anything else?
Nope.
Nope,
Not
got them all? Okay, good. All right, everyone, is there a consensus on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Good to go. Now we'll move over to item 11. G11. Review of the City of Hollister Code of Ethics.
This is an item that was brought forth by initially Councilmember Burns. He had requested that in his report out. But as I was doing the staff report and adding the attachments, it hit me that a lot of these, we have policies, rules, ethics, norms, protocols that not only conflict with each other, but with our Hollister Municipal Code. The resolution number 2016-83 adopts Rosenberg's Rules of Order, which directly conflicts with, not all of it, but there are portions, and I shouldn't say all of it conflicts, there are portions of it that conflict with each other. So I'm going to stop now and let Councilmember Burns go with what he wanted to.
Thank you, City Clerk. I appreciate it. So at our last regular council meeting, I requested that we bring forth an ordinance for introduction regarding the council code of conduct and ethics that would apply to all elected and appointed officials. And so the city clerk was gracious enough to go in and look at a large volume of different policies, procedures, and in some cases codified information that may be contradictory or duplicative. And so she was kind enough to put the information that she found in the council packet. I understand having a chance to look at this week's council packet, that it was, as I recall, about 1,100 pages. So I won't take it personally if you didn't have time to really look in depth at this. But I would request that we bring back the proposed ordinance for introduction at the next regular council meeting if it's possible. And hopefully between now and then, council and Mayor Velasquez can take a in-depth dive into these documents to see what may or may not be purged or not what might be put in a different place. I did have a chance to look at it because it is a topic that's near and dear to me, particularly given the current status on a national level. I'm very concerned about this, as you all know, and this is certainly not news to you because the previous council I did present this to about a year ago, and I understand that there were challenges and why it did happen, but I think now is an opportune time to move this thing forward. And in the review of the document, I would simply request or recommend that we remove the city council norms and the code of ethics and values. And I think that this could supplant that, this being the ordinance I'm proposing. And I would be open to friendly amendments to the ordinance once council's had a chance to do a deep dive. Thank you, City Manager and City Clerk.
Mr. Burns, would you be open to having maybe a special meeting, a study session to kind of go over this? And so we can spend the time, because I think it's very important. I'm glad it's brought up, and I think we're going to work together. It's a good time for us to go through it all and hear your recommendations and see what we can do together.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yes.
Is the council, is there consensus that we do that?
Agreed. 100%. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's try to, Christine, if we can kind of come up with a date and time, I would think probably 3 to 4 hours so we can really go through this detail. Hopefully it's less time, but so we we do this right, because there is so much conflicting information.
Would council be open to a weekend, or would you want to do something during the weekday where maybe we try and meet at 4? Because I know that some of you are working and can't get there sooner. And we go till 8.
I'm locked up in my house on the weekends, so I'm good to go on weekends, or you guys tell me.
Yeah, I prefer doing a weekend as well, because I do work during the day, as was pointed out. But we've done it before. If we could just put together a few hours on a Saturday, I'd really be open to that. And the sooner the better, to be honest.
As long as it's not in July.
No.
The 23rd is the soonest.
My weekends are pretty well booked for a while.
We could
Sorry,
do
guys.
we could do the 23rd or the 30th.
It's
Whatever worked best for Councilmember Spencer would be my preference.
What's your calendar look like, Councilmember Spencer? What would your recommendation be?
I could do it during a weekend, during a weekday. On the weekends, I have plans. I go camping. I get out of Hollister. And I booked up probably until July.
All right, so if that's the case during the week, would a, let's see here, would a Wednesday evening work for you guys?
Sure.
Say we schedule from like maybe 5 to 8 or something?
Sure.
Yes.
Does that work for everyone? Okay. Christine, what date would be, how about the 27th?
The 27th or the 3rd?
Will that work for
Well,
everyone?
we're going to have a meeting actually on the 1st.
I'm sorry?
We'll actually have a meeting. The 27th, I will be getting out your agenda for the 1st.
yeah, the 27th and the 6:30.
I have an appointment. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you have the same appointment with the chamber at 4:30 to 5:30 on the 27th.
Okay.
I could do the 3rd or the 10th, if that works for any of you.
3rd, I can do the 3rd.
I can
Actually, on the 10th, I will be getting out the agenda for you.
Make up your mind.
I doesn't mean I can't do both.
Is the 10th okay for everyone?
February 3rd.
I'm open the 3rd or the 10th. Either one's fine.
I'm good for either one too. So Councilmember Spencer and Mr. Burns?
3rd or the 10th,
Yeah,
which do you prefer?
February the 10th?
yeah.
Okay. Let's do that, everyone.
Which one?
February 10th or the 3rd?
I thought I heard the 10th.
Seems like the consensus is the 10th. The only question I would put out there would be, if we did it on the 3rd and we ran over, we then could have the 10th to fall back on. But I certainly, I'm just happy to move this forward in a timely manner. So whatever works for council, I will make work for myself.
Yeah, I'd like to keep that single topic about the rules so we can really focus in on it, because I think it is a very important detail. So I'm very glad you brought it up. I'd like to spend the time on it, focus on that.
Councilmember Spencer, may I confirm that the 3rd at 4 o'clock would work for you? Yes.
Honor.
What?
I'm confirming that February 3rd at 4 would work for you.
Hold on, I just turned my phone off. Yeah, I think that'll work.
So February 3rd, a study session on this agenda item. We will table this to then.
That sounds good. That's all right with everyone else? Okay. Well, then we'll move to H. There's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, everyone, and good night. Your
Good night,
first
everyone.
long meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
One